Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Soul Chess in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 191, Kazumi vs Rita, Top Tier Tussle. Westward of England. A plethora of chains formed around Rita like large stalks in a field, dancing like snakes as she stood ready to fight Kazumi. Jigo Kunyakubo no Dehia. Kazumi emerged into her Bankai form. Her body had turned completely black, like she had just been dipped in oil, and it hardened on her skin, clothes, and hair. She carried no weapon. Monokama, Zenman Tekana Shion. True companion, full support. Rita knew all there was to know about Kazumi's Bankai. It was one of the reasons that Kazumi was so dangerous. With it active, her body's density increased 20-fold. The number 1 Togabito could withstand forces up to 10 times her normal body weight without even flinching. In other words, dropping a missile on her would have the same impact as spitting. When she first attained Bankai, she had to sacrifice speed for this increase in density and endurance, but she had overcome it, and now Kazumi could move up to 22 times her usual speed, but anything above 16 times would come at a cost to her accuracy. However, all this paled in comparison to Kazumi's Bankai's true power. She was all black because of the color's greatest quality, the ability to absorb heat and light the best. This allowed Kazumi to absorb light, heat, and energy and convert it into blasts of spirit energy. It didn't increase her Ryutsu at all, but she could use the energy reserves to fire the energy. Unlike Yukatake, Kazumi could pick and choose how much energy she wished to fire at any given time. Kazumi could absorb energy from practically anything, even the calories in a person's body, by having direct contact with their limbs. If Ryutsu was accessible, she could absorb that too. The only thing capable of hurting Kazumi in this form would be to overload her system, which would require more than 3 times her full Ryutsu, and physical weapons. And that was what made Rita's chains the best defense against Kazumi. "What's the matter, Rita? You seem nervous," Kazumi taunted. Rita had a right to be nervous. Kazumi was not only using her Bankai, but the Lotus system as well. It made it harder for Kazumi to maintain her Bankai's form, since the Lotus system and her Bankai were not completely compatible, but Kazumi would still push Rita to her very limits. If there was one person that Rita always knew she would have a hard time engaging in battle at full power, it was Kazumi. "I'm fine," Rita denied, in order to appear strong. "Let's go." Between the Prime Meridian and the western borders of Africa, south of the Tropic of Capricorn. Running across the landscape, Kendra was moving at top speed with her tempered skills as the head of Patrol Corps. The Togabito above her, shaped like a blue UFO with 2 glowing red eyes and a pair of arms, was firing energy blasts down at her with less than precision accuracy as Kendra gracefully dodged each one. The woman was already using her Shikai, and as she gauged the distance between her and the enemy, she performed a magnificent backflip and landed right on top of the Togabito, taking it for a joyride. It was made of hard cobalt, but that wasn't about to stop Otomaka Kendra one bit. Zanpakuto in hand, she jammed the dagger into the creature's eye socket, causing it to spasm out of control and spin. Kendra dropped to the ground as the thing exploded in the air. Kendra then immediately got to her feet as a bronze-colored knife went whizzing by her head and landed in the dirt before vanishing like a fainting mirage. Kendra looked dead ahead for sign of her assailant, only for her sixth sense to prickle up, and she dodged to the side as the split-second image of a man garbed in all brown clothing with a red bandana worn over his face in the same way Kendra had his face mask, along with a head of light brown hair, appeared. Kendra took a huge leap back, only to get cut along the back and soon find the oxygen around her being sucked from her before she dropped flat, swung her legs along the ground in a circle, pushed up on her hands and performing a helicopter kick, making contact with her assailant and knocking him to the ground. Kendra took to the offensive. She leapt into the air and swung her dagger down and shouted, "Rain down." 7 fireballs rained down from above, seeking the mysterious assailant as its target. He dodged each one of them and performed a powerful forward somersault towards Kendra before planting his feet firmly into her stomach and slamming her to the ground. Kendra got up on one knee and stared her enemy down. Her assailant stood still, now completely visible to her. "What's with this guy?" Kendra asked herself. "These skills, is he a Soul Reaper turned Togabito?" "Those eyes," the man commented, removing Kendra from her thoughts. "I've seen that defiant look of Emerald before." "That's nice," Kendra commented. Oh, this is no mere coincidence. Surely a woman of your talents, going by that lieutenant's armband, must recognize one of your own. What's your point? Kendra asked, still down on one knee. Who are you anyway? The name is Kentaro Vole, Togabito number 876, but in life I used to be the vice captain of Squad 11. Well, until my dishonorable discharge. Kendra went wide-eyed. She knew this man. She knew his reputation. The name Kentaro Vole didn't ring a bell, but there was only one Squad 11 vice captain with a dishonorable discharge, or so it was said. In reality, when the pink slip was delivered to him, Vole fled the authorities. He was so much a butcher, a thief, a murderer, an arsonist that the Godi had to let him go, but a nickname had been associated with him long before that, and it was always how he was referred to, fireman. Vole was a hell to deal with as a vigilante. He had been in the high-ranking seats of Squads 2 and 6, unknown where he came from beforehand, before eventually being transferred to Squad 11 because of his violent nature. After it became too much, the Godi intended to get rid of him, but as a parting gift he murdered the 3rd and 5th seats of his division and fled without a trace. Every once in a while he'd show up with a calling card of a building that had been torched and promptly put out. However, while he was no grand villain to the Soul Society, to Kendra, he was a personal threat in a name that hung on her soul with disdain. You, son of a bitch. With maddened fury that no one watching would have known what sent the normally stoic vice captain off in such frenzy. Kendra lashed out wildly at Vole, who dodged her every strike with her knife, the small laser blasts, the fearsome kicks, the flurries of punches, and all the while Kendra kept attacking. She hated this man, for he was the man who was responsible for the murder of her sister. Kendra aimed to sink her dagger deep into Vole's chest, but he blocked with his own Zanpakuto dagger, Saido Naomi, Bronze Bane. With it he could camouflage on a dime and move incredibly quickly. It was very similar in build and execution to Kendra's Zanpakuto. The two assassin-esque Soul Reapers continued to let their daggers fly against each other, smashing their blades against each other, dodging stabs and, at one point, switching weapons. Kendra was seeing red, and she was not going to stop attacking until this man was dead. He had ruined all of her hopes and dreams, her desires to stand by her sister as a fellow Soul Reaper. All of it gone because of one sociopathic bastard. Vole took the offensive now and began launching bronze daggers at Kendra. She countered with kunais she was drawing out of her sleeves. The explosions caused by the impacts pushed both combatants back. Kendra dove through the smoke with a masterful bound and made to take Vole's head off with her dagger, but he swept underneath her strike and attempted to do the same thing. Kendra forced herself into a roll and evaded the attack before firing several blasts of energy from her curved demon tail-shaped blade. Vole blended in with camouflage, putting Kendra on the defensive, but she had a countermeasure. Bakudo 22, Senkienten. With all the red smoke kicked up, noticing a camouflaged individual was not difficult at all, and Kendra performed a roundhouse kick to Vole's stomach, sending him flying through the smoke. Kendra dove at the man with her dagger, seeking his heart. Vole leaned back on his hands, positioned to push himself off the ground, and kicked forward with his legs, hitting Kendra hard in the stomach yet again. Kendra's Zanpakuto was promptly dropped from her grip, and with magnificent shunpo she snatched it back up with a quick rush in towards Vole, followed by a sweeping kick at his ankle that knocked him over. Kendra performed a backflip, palm slamming into the ground to stick her dismount as she landed before rushing forward, dagger pressed closely to her bosom to slice the murderer at his chest. Vole responded by throwing a much bigger bronze dagger, one about the size of Kendra's head, at the slender vice captain. It was coming in at an angle with such a precise shot that it would get her heart if she kept going. Kendra, with her incredible flexibility, lifted one leg off the ground, turned and stretched towards Vole like she was backwards ice skating on one foot as the dagger missed her completely, and Kendra launched her dagger at Vole, and with so much luck she never would have been able to replicate the shot under the same circumstances, nailed the bastard right in the heart. The tip of her weapon pierced through the other side. Then, Kendra did something some might call diabolical, but she called well-deserved. She sealed her blade with the weapon still lodged in Vole's chest, and the small, slightly plugged wound from her dagger expanded, and now the blade pierced Vole's chest all the way through. Dark red color could be seen forming in his bandana. Kendra ripped her sword from the man's chest and then, with a swift pirouette, cut off his head before sheathing her blade. Vol's body disintegrated into the earth. Kendra scowled, but felt somewhat relieved. Her most hated enemy, her sister's murderer, she had had the chance to take down personally. It brought her solace to know that he was rotting in the pits of hell. With her resolve to see this battle through strengthened, Kendra unsheathed her sword and headed out to fight more Togabito. Southern France. Shikai equipped only, Hisuna continued to lay waste to any Togabito foolish enough to get in her way. Not only had she not come across anything particularly dangerous, but she wasn't fighting along. Tsuji no Mai, Hakuren. Rukia's voice resounded through the air as she froze a Togabito a few blocks down from Hisuna's location. Up on top of a building, Kayan was using Nijibana to go toe-to-toe with a trident-wielding demonic mermaid with glowing red eyes, golden tail and sharp fins along her elbows and the sides of her ears. She also had teeth sharper than a shark. While Kayan contended with this, Kyokaka was busy having her own fun. She was playing a game of tag with no less than 20 Togabito, letting them chase her until they came across her in an alleyway lighting up. Aggravated by this obvious taunt, they rushed her in one go, but they tripped a motion sensor bomb Kyokaka had planted and they all immolated sky high. "Stupid fuckers," Kyokaka said with a grin. Brazilian Britannia. Vera Yucatake, Squad 1 Vice Captain, was doing her best to cut down any Togabito she came across. She and Chikami Sorai hadn't had a chance to cut loose since the whole Muramasa thing. Even when Aizen returned, she was reduced to playing support for her now captain, Anohana Retsu. "Isn't this fun, Vera-chan?" Chikami Sorai asked her in her upbeat playful voice. Vera said nothing and just kept attacking Togabito. "Ah, now don't give me the silent treatment. I know you're mad about thinking you're a monster, but I don't care how you are. You'll always be my master and I love you no matter what, Vera-chan." Again, Vera said nothing and just continued to hack away at Togabito, ripping them in half with her Zanpakuto or shooting their heads off with Kido. Chikami Sorai pushed further. "Look at all that blood," she squealed. "Doesn't it just fill you with carnal desires?" Finally Vera could stay silent no longer. "I kill no longer." "What? That isn't who I am anymore." Kazumi's spell was just that, a spell, a chance to do as I pleased. I wanted one more chance to kill with no consequences, and now my mind is clear and the path of bloodshed is white once more. "What? No. Vera-chan. I am your master and you will obey me." Vera's declaration was met by Chikami Sorai sealing herself. "If that's how you're going to be, then you're on your own. I figured you might say that," Vera said and threw Chikami Sorai at the ground. She then pressured her Ryotsu over the blade. "I order you to come out," Vera said calmly and forced her Zanpakuto into materialization. Chikami Sorai began giggling. "You really want to do this here?" Vera glared as she picked up her sword. "I don't have a choice now, do I? If you won't cooperate and understand that things are changing, I will make you understand. Aren't you worried about getting your head chopped off, Vera-chan? Would you let that happen to me, Chikami Sorai?" Vera removed the scrunchie in her hair and put it on her sword wrist. She then removed her eye patch, revealing the still-in-place stitches along the eye socket that no longer had an organ behind the lid. Vera then opened her robe a little. "Come now, Chikami Sorai, don't I look absolutely ravishing? Would you really wish to see me marred?" Chikami Sorai looked like she was going to drool as her face flushed. "Oh my Vera-chan, you're taking this quite seriously. Are you finally coming out of your shell?" "Maybe I am. Perhaps it's time I faced the world as my true self." Vera twisted her body to the side, leaned back on her right leg with her left leg bent and sticking outward and held her sword up over her head. "And if I do, I'm taking you with me for better or for worse." "Oh my, this really will be interesting, Vera-chan." "Very well then, since you took the effort to call me out here, I suppose we can start the process." Chikami Sorai held up her hand half-cupped, facing the ground. Cut deeply, her Shikai self appeared. Chikami Sorai licked her lips. "Let's go, Vera-chan. I can't wait to feast upon you to your very core." Hawaiian Islands. Stefan was starting to get ready to collapse. He had been through more Togabito than any other Soul Reaper, 277,165. And he was still surrounded by another 50. They'd all varied in size, ability, and rank, and it was starting to take its toll on him. If the captain of Squad 2 didn't get some relief soon, he might just keel over and die from the strain of the constant use of his core form. Panting, he readied his sword yet again. I won't falter. I'll fight to my last breath. I am Stefan the Lion. Westward of England. Rita fired out the chains from her Bankai as Kazumi used her bare fists to smash through them on her way towards Rita's figure. Rita created more and more chains, some with spiked tips, but they didn't appear to be having much of an effect on Kazumi at all as she rushed forward towards her target with rage. Right, need to stop fooling around. Kujio. Penance, a large group of chains erupted from beneath Kazumi and began binding her in a multitude of locations, tying her down and chaining her up, wrapping her in a cocoon. She couldn't move her limbs, could barely breathe with the way the chains were tightening around her. She was becoming like Jinjo as Rita continued to squeeze tighter and tighter around Kazumi's body to ultimately crush it. Damn, this will not end so easily. Using the flames of her learned fire magic, Kazumi began melting her chain prison. Fire. Rita's chains became imbued with the heat and fire, making Kazumi's fire useless in order to escape. Unfortunately, Kazumi had gotten her windpipe free and could speak. Power of the Heavenly Creator. Materia spell. A flash of bright blue light burst and exploded Kazumi's chain prison and she emerged with some sore joints, but nothing less. She continued to sail towards Rita, who created a large wall of her chains. Kazumi smashed right through it, but Rita was not on the other side and was now, in fact, behind her. Fukushu. Vengeance. Rita used her most damning technique to Togabito as she let loose a seemingly never-ending stream of her anti-hellfire towards Kazumi's back. She hoped that Kazumi's status as a Togabito would nullify the effects of her Bankai. It did not. Kazumi absorbed the entire attack and fired it right back at Rita in a concentrated energy beam. Thankfully, Rita had the skill to dodge and put another wall between her and Kazumi. She ran down the air like it was a staircase before getting southeast of Kazumi on the Z and Y axis of the three-dimensional plane and fired more chains at her, each sparking with electricity. Kazumi created a large array of sais which she then fired forward like a bunch of archers firing a rain of arrows off a castle battlement. The sais clanged against Rita's chains and threw off their pathway before Rita dove towards Rita and drove her fist into Rita's stomach, sending the Warden of Hell sailing through the air. Kazumi rushed forward for a follow-up attack, but Rita was already sending chains after her and one pierced her right in the shoulder as another got her ankle. Kazumi then got a body full of the pointed objects and was blown back. It was like a bucket of needles rained down on a small mouse with all the tips facing towards the poor critter. Thankfully, thanks to high-speed regeneration and her Bankai's super dense coating, Kazumi managed to recover from the attack completely. You don't know what you're dealing with, Rita. Kazumi yelled only to notice Rita was behind her. Oh, but I do, Rita commented and with a fierce uppercut, launched Kazumi into the air, the energy transfer from physical contact being relatively minimal. She then brought her boot into Kazumi's back and sent her spiraling towards the ground, but Kazumi righted herself with her Bankai's wings and took aim at Rita all the way up higher in the sky. Dark energy formed between her hands as she held them spread apart from one another in front of her, moving them up and down like parallel waves. Konrin Meiho. Kazumi extended her palms forward as she bent her wrists back and the destructive blast wave of dark energy engulfed Rita with a pretty nasty hit. Kazumi took after her, but Rita vanished with Shunpo and nailed Kazumi in the back with 7 of her chains. Kazumi regenerated, but Rita then cracked her one across the face, actually chipping Kazumi's tough armor, which her hollow regeneration gladly fixed for her. Damn, she's stronger than I anticipated. Rita thought to herself as Kazumi came at her with a rapid flurry of punches, which Rita kept her arms up in a guard in a tightly woven sphere of chains in front of her body to protect herself from Kazumi's attacks, despite the chains weakening significantly with every blow. Tenbutsu won't work because it creates energy. Tenbutsu equals damnation. Rita recalled her Bankai's techniques, and Sukui won't help with me all by myself. Sukui equals salvation. Rita retreated backwards a significant distance. Guess it's gotta be that one. Rita retreated far away from Kazumi that the woman had to trace Rita's location by Ryotsu just to know how to find her. Rita then stood in front of Kazumi with her arms crossed over her body, hands almost clasping her shoulders. Jokia. Elimination, instantly too many chains to count, all of them pointed tipped, formed in a large array around and in front of Rita before she thrust both her arms forward and fired the links in multiple intervals all at Kazumi at once. Ah, shit. Kazumi swore internally. She began ducking and weaving all around Rita's attack, firing blasts of energy and doing her best to fight her way through it, but Kazumi was ultimately impaled and engulfed from all sides, disappearing into Rita's web of chains. A large ball of metal fell from the sky and crashed into the ground. That, Rita panted, did it. Don't be so sure, Furball. Rita went wide-eyed when she saw Kazumi behind her with parts of her Bankai's skin armament missing around her right elbow, left eye, left hand, left femur, ankle, and foot, right kneecap and right side of her ilium, but otherwise looking no worse for wear. Kazumi then whipped out one of her claws and delivered a fierce gash down the center of Rita's torso with it. Northwestern Africa. Ulquiorra had Byakuya bleeding from every visible location. His Haori long gone, fighting shirtless as a result of the fight, Byakuya was starting to lose the edge of the battle. Ulquiorra, because of his high-speed regeneration, looked no worse for wear. He was also in Segunda Etapa and he was lecturing Byakuya, "That's what's wrong with you Soul Reapers. Your bodies are so feeble and weak. You could never hope to stand on level with us hollows." Byakuya surrounded Ulquiorra with his Senkai. "I will not," the noble captain panted. "Have you?" He panted again, walking all over the pride of the Godii like that. "You will die by my blade. I swear it on the honor of the Kukaki family." Byakuya's cross, but calm tone was a clear sign that he was infuriated with Ulquiorra. "Let me show you," Byakuya said, taking two swords from Senbonzakura's wall of blades and taking a graceful stance, the true form of Senbonzakura. Mexican Britannia. Out in the middle of the West Brighton Neon Desert, Naomi, Yolanda, and Ribatuka were all fighting for their lives in the hot and dry desert. They were slowly wearing down, much like their captain. This war of attrition was slowly becoming the downfall of the Godii 13. United States of China. Low power, the Shen whose computer informed its user. "Damn it, this war is nowhere close to being over. I can't fall here. I have to keep fighting." Zinc then coughed up blood. "For Her Majesty, I must protect this world at all costs." Low down on the ground, Zinc wasn't the only one feeling the pressure. Homura Yuna, Bankai out, was leaning on her sword, tip in the ground, body fatigued. Towards the south in the Chinese territory of Korea, Renji was feeling the pain too. It was only a matter of time before the Godii was overwhelmed in sheer numbers alone. Center of Earth's surface. Lloyd and Rax Hata were working together on Rita's apparatus. Lloyd was trying to file away all of Rita's Togabito properly while Rax Hata was working on decrypting and reconstructing Kazumi, Aizen, and Talbumasuk's profiles and the rest of Kazumi's little entourage. It was then that a communications link began hailing the apparatus. A beeping noise like a small bell crossed with a xylophone set to auto-tune began acting as the incoming call noise. "Huh, that's strange, a communication hailing this apparatus of all things. Is this the Empress doing?" Rax Hata shook her head as she looked at the top panel. "Not that I'm aware of. Think we should answer. The caller might be expecting Rita. Well, we can't just ignore it. If they are, we could always just pass it along to her next we see her." "I suppose so." Lloyd stood up on his chair and reached to tap the top screen which Rita would normally use her staff for. Suddenly a few of the panels converged and Lloyd and Rax Hata were left staring at a static background with only a deep authoritative, but otherwise wise-sounding voice coming in over the speakers. "You are not Rita." "Nope, we're just some temps she hired to look after her apparatus whilst she fights." "May we take a message, mister?" "I do not have a clear name." "You may call me whatever you wish." "Very well, Gundam Cypher," Lloyd said, giving the voice a name. "Mr. Cypher, what can I do you for?" "I am in a position to send more reinforcements to this battle." "How does it fare for the side against the Togabito?" "How can we check that from here?" The voice sighed. "Open up a world map." "You at least know how to do that, yes?" he asked. Lloyd hit a few buttons. "Done." "Good, now, I want you to open up the life signals window on that panel and then reveal the map key." Rax Hata grabbed the apparatus with her hand and with a few strokes of her hand had the key was out. So revealed. Read me the energy readout. Says here that there's 1050 red, 850 green, 1220 blue and 95 yellow. Lloyd read, hunched over Rakshita's shoulder. Is that good or bad? Rakshata asked the voice. There was a pause and a tense silence. It concerns you too, not? Keep doing as Rita has instructed you. The communications closed. What a strange fellow, Lloyd commented. You're one to talk, Rakshata chuckled with a smile. That man made you and I seem normal, Lloyd said, spreading his arms out wide and sat back down. Now, let's get back to work. Western Britannia mainland. With so many Kakushitsujakus opened up simultaneously, Lelich could tell that this fight was not boding well for many and that if reinforcements didn't arrive soon the battle could be lost and they couldn't retreat, not from this. Retreat was the same as death. If they ran, Kazumi won, she had to fall. She absolutely had to fall, but then he sensed a fierce presence from high above his head, which then split into 6. Feeling fatigued, Lelich turned to see Marianne standing behind him. Mother, Lelich said. Marianne smiled sweetly in response. United States of China. Zinc. The ace pilot of China turned to see an all-black nightmare headed his way. He recognized the voice hailing him though. Todokyo's hero? What are you doing in my home country? I received a report from my empress from your empress that you were struggling. I came to lend a hand. But what about Japan? I don't think that will be a problem. United States of Japan. Damn you to hell. Sun Shrieker shrieked as Colin's radiant wave surger began frying his circuitry. Sorry, but I have a life to live. When I die, I'll be bound for the Soul Society, but that day is not today. Now die. And with that the Daiotin exploded into pieces. Miss Kojiki? A voice came over Colin's communications link. Huh? Empress Sumeragi. Oh, thank goodness. Listen, I need your help. I've sent Todo to back up the USC. Could you take over and defend Japan? By myself? Colin asked. No, of course not by yourself. Your backup should be arriving shortly. Colin was confused, but then suddenly saw a woman with raven-colored hair and wearing a red and black armor-like suit flapping what appeared to be wings in front of her. Yo, the woman said. Ah, hello. Name's Arisawa Tatsuki, Tatsuki said with a smile to Colin. I've heard a lot about you Kojiki Colin. From who? Who else? Tatsuki said with a smirk. Little Red. Colin felt her heart lurch from her chest at the mention of her nickname. Big Blue? You know Big Blue? Know her? She's my best friend and she's told me quite a bit about you, Colin-chan, Tatsuki said with a big smile as she landed on the Gurren's shoulder. She looked down and to the side at the cockpit. She's safe, don't worry. She asked me to give you a message. Big Blue did. She said to tell you that she knows you'll be fighting and she wants you to give it her all. She knows she can't be out here with you at your side like she promised, but that when this is all over she wants to see you again. Why? What's the matter? What's wrong with Big Blue? She found her fiancé, my childhood friend, Kurosaki Ichigo. They're married now, Tadasuke told Colin, and she's got a baby on the way so she has to stay safe. A big joyful smile spread across Colin's face and yet there were tears dripping down them. Big Blue, Orium, you found it, you found your happiness. Tatsuki smacked the heel of her foot against the Gurren's metal exterior. She said she heard from Lelich that you've been all mopey lately and she said that if you're feeling lost that you should come see her. She'd be glad to talk to you because she's your friend. Colin was smiling and crying as she gripped her controls. She tensed up and choked back the tears for a moment before asking. Hey, you're a member of the Karakura 7 right? You're the one they call Noble Dragon, yeah. That's me, Tatsuki said with pride. Alright then, Colin took a big sniff and then put her game face on. If that's the case, then let's protect Japan together. Yeah, that's the spirit. Tatsuki took flight and prepared to tear towards a group of Togobito. Let's go. Yeah. Colin said as she piloted the Gurren and began seeking targets. United States of China. Hunched over on her sword, A reassuring hand suddenly placed itself on Yuna's shoulder. She looked up and to the side to see Tisan Kaname standing next to her. He looked like he was in pretty good condition for the most part. He simply nodded to her and she nodded back. Using Kaido, he helped replenish some of her Ryotsu and Yuna stood on her feet again. Teiyaga Tensho. The bright beam of energy went tearing through the battlefield as Yuna destroyed more Togabito before she and Tisan split up. Hawaiian Islands. Stefan was just about ready to keel over when a bowl of ramen was put in his face. "Here, eat," a friendly voice said. Stefan looked up to see Kirio Hikifun standing above him. "I'll take over for a little while, Stefan-kun." Korean China. Renji was exhausted and to the point where he was ready to disengage Bankai to cut his Zanpakuto a break when a woman sidled up alongside him. So this is how the vice-captain of Squad 6 meets his end. The woman standing next to him was wearing sunglasses, a macaroni and cheese-colored short-skirt sundress, and she had a pair of braids tied behind her head. "Stand on your feet, soldier," the woman said to him. "The Gotei doesn't need to lose any more good men and women." She whipped out a Zanpakuto that she had been carrying with her. She slammed the hilt of the blade into the mouth of the scabbard and twirled it above her head. Smash! Higuro Tanbo. A large spear-like Zanpakuto appeared in the woman's hands. "Take 5, Abarai Renji," she told him, "I've got this for now." "Yeah," Renji nodded, "thanks Lisa." Lisa smirked, "Not a problem." Brighton Neon Desert. Shunsui appeared fast and furious on the scene with both his swords drawn, still sealed to help his fellow Soul Reapers. "Oh great," Yolanda mused, "of all the Soul Reapers we had to be saved by him." "Hey, that's not nice, Kiraku Teiko is a very reliable captain," Naomi defended. Now girls, let's not fight," Shunsui said as he took note of the several hundred Togabito circling in their direction. "We need to concentrate on dealing with our company first. Then we can bicker as much as we'd like." "That's what I'm talking about," Ribatuka exclaimed, whipping out her Zanpakuto and balancing it on her arms like she was holding a sniper rifle. "Leave no trace, Midori no Kazan." Green Volcano. Ribatuka's sword transformed into a gigantic bulky gun with tubes inserted into the tops and a barrel so wide you could shove your elbow into it. Ribatuka took aim at an oncoming Togabito and pulled the trigger on the large, bulky gun. Instantly the tubes began to fill with green liquid and gas as a green light lit up the gun barrel before a gigantic blast of plasma exited the barrel and destroyed not only the oncoming Togabito but also the cactus a few meters to its left. "That's some firepower." "I know, right," Ribatuka said, hoisting her gun Zanpakuto by her shoulder. "Best Zanpakuto ever." I've seen better," Naomi commented. "Oh yeah, like what?" "All right, cool it," Shunsui said, "let's not fight each other. We have other things we need to be fighting instead." All three women agreed on this. Chilean Britannia. Momo Hinamori was fighting her very hardest against what appeared to be the nesting ground of more flying Togabito than she cared to count. Every Togabito she fought had wings. It was relentless and she was slowly starting to tire. Much like Stefan, she could keel over at any second with all the energy she was expelling. She was so fatigued that she almost missed dodging an incoming blast of lightning from a nearby Togabito. Momo thought she'd be in for the pain when a wall of ice blocked her path and a frigid air blew through the sky and Hitsugaya Toshiro appeared in front of her. "Sorry, it took me a while to find you. You took off without telling me where you were going." "I can take care of myself now, Shiro-chan," Momo smiled and giggled. "You don't have to worry about me so much." "Be quiet," Hitsugaya shouted. "That doesn't matter to me. I don't care if you're strong. I don't care if you weak. I do, however, care if you get hurt." Hitsugaya had a very serious look on his face, almost angry to a degree. "Momo, The presence of many Togabito flooded their senses. "Tell me while we fight," Momo told him. Hitsugaya stuck close to Momo, keeping on her 6, Shikai in use in conjunction with her Bankai. Fire and ice stood back to back. As the horde died down, Hitsugaya got another chance to talk. "Momo, since the day I met you, you were the only friend I ever had. You were the only person I could talk to since we were kids and..." More Togabito ruined the moment and another brief clash ensued. Go on, Momo told him when it had passed. Look, all I'm trying to say is. Another group of Togabito were about to completely kill the mood again, but Hachugaya would have none of it. He blasted them all with cold air, took a few brisk steps forward, grabbed the folds of Momo's haori and kissed her. Shiro-chan. Momo began to feel lightheaded from Hachugaya's cool lips on hers. She closed her eyes. How long has it been since I've wanted you to try and convey such feelings towards me? Hachugaya wrapped his arms around Momo and bent her over backwards. He finished and pushed Momo against his shoulder with a firm arm on her back. Momo felt secure in his tight embrace. No matter what happens, it doesn't even matter how you feel about me, this is how I feel and always will feel about you, Momo. You mean everything to me. So no matter what happens, I won't let this war take your life. Shiro-chan, Momo clung tightly to Hachugaya, I feel the same. You mean everything to me too. So please, I know that Shiro-chan is stronger than me, but please, if you must protect me, don't do so at the cost of your life. Momo dripped a tear on Hachugaya's haori. I couldn't bear it. Don't worry, I won't let it come to that, Hachugaya said and let Momo go, still holding her hand. Bankai. Daiguren Hiren Meru. The ice is so cold, but, his hand, it's warm to touch. Momo, stay by me. We'll get through this together. Right. Momo said, preparing her blade, and Hachugaya did the same, and just in time too. They were about to be set upon by a particularly powerful Togabito. It was a familiar enemy to both. Togabito number 80 Zurich Taragas. He had increased in power since his battle with the Soul Society last time. The same tactic isn't going to work on him as it did the last time. Your Bankai went out of control using a plethora of riot so that you stole from the very Reishi of the Soul Society itself to supply the power needed to overwhelm him. Yes, and I did not pick that Bankai destiny. I choose to be vengeful. I chose to become a protector. Momo's hand tightened on Hachugaya, because I want to protect you, Shiro-chan. She looked at Hachugaya with a kind doe-eyed look. Hachugaya smiled back. That works out great, because what I've always wanted to protect is you, Momo. Then perhaps together we stand a chance. We stand more than a chance. As long as we're together, almost nothing can stop us. Let's go. And then the pair charged off at the fox-like demonic Togabito to defeat him. Eastern Britannia mainland. Having parted from his mother and cleaned up the west side of the country with her, Lelich moved to the eastern side, making his way to New Yorkshire. He was about 3/4 of the way there when a very familiar and otherwise undesired voice to hear spoke to him. Well now, look who it is. Captain Lamperouge Lelich. Lelich scowled. Only one man could have a voice so shrill and grating on one's ears. He turned with a flap of his haori to see a man with a painted white face with blue hair and pale white skin, wearing the bands of a Togabito, the haori of a captain, and a purple neck warmer. He carried his Zanpakuto awkwardly between his legs. Kurotsuke Mayuri. Lelich's eyes were filled with ire. There was no man he hated more than the man standing in front of him, with few exceptions. Mayuri was a sadist and a freak show, and Lelich was never happier to hear that he had died. To see him again all white without a mask on in a way that made Mayuri look like the dead captain's inner hollow. Still, blue hair and gold teeth were hard to come back even by Soul Society's standards. And, of course, there was still Mayuri's unnecessary long fingernail. Mayuri grinned. Well now, I hadn't expected to run into you. Okay, sure, there was the possibility, but for it to actually happen is quite unexpected. Lelich scowled. I am going to personally send you back from whence you came. Bankai. Zero no senshin no iin tamashi. Mayuri laughed at Lelich going straight to Bankai. You, one of the weakest captains of the Godi, I actually think you can fight me. I marvel at your audacity, Lamperouge Lelich. Just shut up. You disgust me. I won't just kill you. I will personally drag you to Circle 9 and you will never touch Nemia with those disgusting white hands of yours again. Dear, dear, to think you have such feelings for that failed project. Failed project? Lelich didn't know if Mayuri was intentionally pushing Lelich's buttons, but Mayuri had just stepped on what Kyokaku and a few others would call a non-negotiable fucking landmine. Why, of course she was a failed project. She had to be taught everything. Not unlike my new creation. New creation. Lelich was now unsure how to react. What had hell allowed Mayuri to create? Two more presences appeared around Lelich. Oh, you found him. Lelich looked up and behind him to see Saola Poro Grands. The other presence nearby was Kira Luce. Yes indeed, I was just thinking we should introduce him to our creation. Saol agreed and pushed up his glasses. Yes, quite. Lamperouge Lelich, in case you are unaware, I am the number 315 Togabito in all of hell. Our creation is the combined efforts of mine, Kira-san and Saol-san's scientific expertise. You see, hell ranks us by. I know how the ranking system works, get to the point. Lelich glared. Very well then, Mayuri sighed, before you contend with the three of us, I'd like you to meet Nemu's half-sister. He snapped his fingers. Suddenly the whole ground began to shake. With Mayuri in front of him, Saol behind him and Kira to the left of him, Lelich knew the individual was approaching from the right, but there was a large skyscraper off to Lelich's right. It disintegrated upon impact. In the wake of the destruction of the entire building there stood a woman with all-white skin like Mayuri's. She was wearing the all-white Arrancar uniform cut so low you could almost see her navel. She had long, pink braided hair. Her eyes had black sclera with yellow irises like that of a hollow. The woman was holding her hands together underneath a bust that rivaled Nemu's in size. Her index fingers were extended. She had her eyebrows in a fixed, raised position, sending off a rather creepy vibe, and she was smiling like Anohana did when she started to lose her sanity, or Kenpeka when he was having a really awesome fight, or Kyokaka when she looked like she was going to use you as her new guinea pig, or even Jin, on a regular basis. She was also wearing white high-heeled shoes. Her Ryotsu was fierce, far fiercer than Kira's, the strongest of the three. Lamperouge Lelich, meet Togabito number 159, Misuna Lumina Kuratsuki. Say hello, Misuna. Misuna tilted her head and stepped towards Lelich, who had the urge to back away, but couldn't take his eyes off this clearly mentally broken, twisted creation of three clearly met individuals. Konnichiwa Lamperouge Nii-chan. It made Lelich's skin crawl to hear this woman refer to him in such a manner. I've been looking forward to meeting you all this time. I thought you were looking for Nemu, Misuna-chan. Mayuri asked with a grin. But I already found Nemune-san. I don't like the sound of that. Lelich thought to himself. In the next instant Misuna's braids came undone and her hair whipped out wildly like an umbrella. A portion of it bunched up and then, spat out Nemu, bruised, beaten up and bleeding. She was in dire pain and her breathing was irregular. Nemu. Lelich rushed to her side and cradled her. Nemu. Say something. Nemu opened her eyes. Lelich-sama. Yes, it's me, are you alright? Nemu looked sad. I'm sorry Lelich-sama. She ambushed me. I couldn't do anything. Lelich pulled Nemu into him. It's okay. That's over and done with. I'm here now. Everything's going to be alright, alright. Nemu didn't say anything in response. I'm here alright. He won't hurt you. Lelich-sama. Nemu reached up with tremendous effort to put her hand on Lelich's arm, gripped it for just a moment and then it went slack at his side. Nemu. Lelich looked at her pale face. Nemu. He put his hand underneath her breast. Nemu. Lelich's voice was clearly distraught. She was looking at him with a cold, dead look. Her face was expressionless, body pale. He felt no heartbeat, found no pulse. Lelich's jaw dropped open and he looked like he was about to have a seizure. Of all of his cherished nakama, of everyone he valued beyond Shirley and Susanna, why Nemu? She'd never done anything wrong, never wanted much out of life at all. To see the dead expression on her face was heartbreaking, like a part of him just died. He and Nemu did share a slight bit of DNA, so technically that was true. She had been like a sister to him. See, like I told you, Mayuri quipped, a failed experiment. Lelich tensed up. Nemu, he recalled all of his fond times with her as he lay her down on the ground and stood on his feet. Is this my fault? Should I have protected you? Did I make the wrong choice? Why? Just why? This isn't fair. Oh Lamperouge Nii-chan, Now that Nimune-san won't bother us, will you play with me? Lelouch was still staring at the ground, eyes hidden from the world. Oh dear me, it seems we've broken him, Sale stated. Humph, what an emotionally driven buffoon, Mayuri sneered. That was then, though all three of them, and Misuna, felt a surge of spiritual pressure so thick and so dense that it nearly staggered them. It was coming directly from Lelouch as his cape and his haori began flapping upward dramatically from the updraft generated from his own anger, which was causing his Ryotsu to spike. Doki. Lelouch emerged in his Bankai's core form, and then suddenly Mayuri, Sale, and Kira found themselves floating in midair along with the street lamps, rubble from the building Misuna destroyed, and a whole bunch of other things not nailed down to the foundation of the ground. Lelouch crossed his arms in front of his body, and all of the rubble and everything was whipped up into a telekinetic clustered mess that Lelouch smashed into the ground behind him in a heap. He looked at Misuna. She was still looking at him with that creepy, somewhat airheaded smile. She hadn't been affected by his telekinetic tantrum just now at all. In fact, her smile got wider. Misuna, I'm not going to play with you. For what you did to Nimue, I will break you until there's nothing left. To be continued. Chapter 192, Lelouch vs Misuma, the Spawn of Madness. Eastern Britannia mainland. Lelouch spread his arms out, staring at the creepy pink-haired hollow-like Togabito across from him as he gathered energy in his palms and struck with fearsome force. Hadron cannon, he brought his palms horizontally together in front him, fire. There was a huge explosion and a large dust cloud formed. Lelouch went with his strongest strike from the start, but it was fruitless as his HUD beeped consistently. Shit. Lelouch dodged to the side as Misuma came bursting through the dust and made to slash him with her sword. Lelouch fired a Reikoho at her face, but with the twisting of her hair she managed to completely nullify his attack as she formed it into the shape of a tower shield. Lelouch moved backwards with Shunpo and cast Hado 90 on Misuma. She was completely engulfed by the strike and Lelouch saw her on the ground, but she slowly got to her feet using her hair to leverage her off the ground as all the wounds on her body began to regenerate. Yes. That's it. Play with me more. Misuma rushed towards Lelouch and he dodged to the side before planting an elbow strike to Misuma's stomach and then using Shunpo to get right behind her, blast a Sakasui into her back as she flipped forward, and he got underneath her and uppercut her into the air. He leapt to follow after her and grabbed her face as he then shoved her towards the ground, letting gravity do most of the work before letting loose a Hirigeki's Oku Shintenreiho into her face. He expected that to do some damage, but as the dust cleared, Misuma's hair reached through and pierced his shoulder. Lelouch leapt back, but the hair came with him as it tied in a knot on the end of the exit wound. He and Misuma were connected by the strand of her hair. Damn it. She's got me and I'm without a sword. Try this. In the next instant, Iin Tamashi used her Ryotsu to materialize a replica of the very sword Lelouch had been stabbed with when he died as emperor. Thanks, Iin Tamashi. No problem, now teach that bitch a lesson. Lelouch sliced through Misuma's hair, pulling it taut and then pulling on the knot to get the hair out of his shoulder. With frenzy, Misuma came rushing in and slashing wildly, but Lelouch recognized such frenzy. She fights like Zaraki. She has no form, he thought as he dodged an overhead swing, and she's much weaker in her blows. He pivoted his body to evade a horizontal swing. Now if I could find a weakness. He used his HUD monitor to identify any significant weak points or imperfections on Misuma's body, but he came up empty. What? But that's impossible. In his hesitation, Misuma stabbed forward with her sword at Lelouch's chest. Lelouch used his arm guard of his armor to block her attack, and the armor barely could contain the blow on its own. Good, our defenses seemed to be evenly matched at least. Lelouch fired a slew of Shakkehos to blast at Misuma to put distance between them. He then used an Okazen in an attempt to push her back even farther. Misuma took the punishment gleefully. And she began giggling. That's it. I'm so happy. The pain feels so good. What sort of masochistic freak show did Mayuri create? Misuma tossed away her white scabbard and held up her sword in front of her. Violate, Tasakuryui. Cephalopod, Misuma's blade suddenly curled and bent backwards like it was made of paper before crinkling around her wrist and hooking into it as a gauntlet formed on her arm. It was bulky and greenish-black and reached back up towards Misuma's elbow. Small little tentacles poked out the sides of the arm. Instead of a fist though, the gauntlet extended off in an axe handle and blade with a wiggling yellow eye on the flat side of the blade. Ugh, I think I'm gonna be sick. Squelch it. We've got work to do. Standing still, the tentacles shot out of the gauntlet and made to attack Lelich all over his body. Lelich deftly dodged backwards, using the sword provided to him from Iin Tamashi to cut them off. Behind you. Lelich turned to see Mishima behind him as she was about to bring her axe blade down on his helmet. Lelich barely had the time to block. Damn it. She's too strong. Lelich, a suggestion. What? I'd bite back at you for the attitude, but this is not the time. Fight dirty. Don't be the honorable one. Let your darkness take hold. Be the bad guy. She took Nimue from you. You have a right to use any means at your disposal to defeat her. Sounds like a plan. Lelich said and grabbed a chunk of dirt and threw it in Mishima's eyes. He slashed her ankle with his sword. The pain caused Mishima to topple over. She fired forward a bunch of tentacles to restrain Lelich, but he used his telekinesis to repel them and make them hone in on their master as Mishima was tangled up by her own Zanpakuto around the stomach and shoulders, both of which were pushing towards her breasts, tied her hands behind back, legs together, and one in her mouth. Mishima retracted all of them, but by this point, Lelich was already holding her up by the throat and scowling behind his visor as energy began to form in between his hands. Hadron Cannon, fire. At point blank, Lelich shot Mishima with his Hadron Cannon, hoping it would blow up her face, but as the dust cleared, Mishima looked at Lelich with childlike confusion. Why is Lelich Nii-chan so upset? Oh. It's unknown what happened to the Lelich of the present, but for a moment it was like his brain shut off and the man that was Lamperouge Lelich, captain of Squad 10, disappeared. A feral instinct took over, very hollow-like, reminiscent of Zero. Using his telekinesis, Lelich began whipping around Mishima like a ragdoll, and he was doing it overly violently and overly energetically. He was smashing her through the mud and smashing her neck against the leg, pulling on her bones hoping they would break, and doing everything he possibly could hoping the pink-haired Togabito in front of him would just break and cease to be. He was out of control. He just kept at it, kept using her to let out all of his anger, all of his hatred. From a distance, Mayuri and the others watched. Oh my, she's taking quite the beating, Sale commented. Hardly worth fussing over, Mayuri noted. Indeed, Kira chuckled, she'll bounce back and soon he'll be too out of energy to stop her. Lelich continued to waste Ryotsu to beat the every loving shit out of Mishima as he did everything in his power to get her to break, but no matter how many times he attacked it just didn't seem like enough. Finally he stopped as he pulled her towards him and clamped his hands around her throat harshly, lowering her to the ground, intending to asphyxiate her. I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. However, it wasn't long before fatigue began catching up with Lelich and the grip on Mishima's throat began to loosen and he couldn't put in the extra strength to completely crush her windpipe. All of Mishima's injuries healed automatically as Lelich exited core form and felt woozy as he got back up on his legs in standard Bankai. That felt so good, Lelich Nii-chan. I'm so happy right now. You've made me feel truly alive, but I'm done playing with you now. Red energy sparked in Mishima's left hand. Zero. Using his barrier, Lelich blocked the Zero as best he could at point-blank range, but was sent flying as the barrier shattered and the rest of the energy engulfed him. Lelich got back on his feet though. His helmet was gone, arms burned, and his sleeves disintegrated, but he wouldn't give up. This was for Nimue's sake. He had to beat this woman. He had to avenge Nimue. It was the only feeling in his heart right now that he didn't even realize that if he kept fighting that he was guaranteed to die. Ah, are you tired, Lelich Nii-chan? I'm sorry, but if you can't play with me then it's my turn to play with you. Mishima sealed her sword and ran towards Lelich and began punching and kicking him, her arrow shattering through his defenses as she punched him in the face and torso repeatedly, laughing all the while. She performed a flip kick and got Lelich hard in the jaw. With just a pulse of Ryotsu she called forth for her blade with simple telekinesis. She swung the weapon out at her side. I'm sorry you can't play anymore, Lelich Nii-chan, but that's just how the game goes. But bye. Mishima rushed towards Lelich with her blade intending to run him through, but as she neared him something pushed her sword down and Missima soon found the pointy end of a blade sticking in her face. Standing between Lelich and Missima was the sturdy presence of Marianne. She was scowling at Missima like she intended to kill her with her very gaze. She spoke to her though gnashed, gritted teeth. "Stay away from my son, you whore," with a swift slash that, in his weakened state, Lelich couldn't even follow. Marianne swung down and split Missima in half. Marianne then glared over to where Sale, Mayuri, and Kira were as they all came out of hiding. "Well now, who are you?" Kira asked Marianne, not knowing who she was. He soon found the woman's blade jammed in his throat. "The wrong woman you chose to anger," Marianne said before swinging upwards and splitting Kira's face in half. She looked at Mayuri and Sale with such a hateful glare that even the dark vibes from Anohana's smile were not as terrifying. "Don't even think about running. It won't avail you." Mayuri and Sale were paralyzed by their own fear and Marianne's ryotsu. In the next instant she swept across past them with shunpo as a wound was inflicted up their torsos. "That's it," Sale said looking at how shallow the wound was. Marianne said nothing. She simply sheathed her sword and suddenly Sale and Mayuri split into uncountable pieces so small that a jigsaw puzzle would be jealous. Marianne then used shunpo and looked back at Lelich. Her face was still hardened somewhat. "Are you alright, Lelich?" "Why yeah." Marianne smiled warmly, "I'm glad. How did you know I was in trouble?" "I felt your ryotsu dwindling so I headed your way. I would have arrived sooner, but I took the time to kill every Togabito on the way. The entire mainland should be secure by this point except farther out west than we started and farther out east than here." Lelich just stared. Marianne was truly the mother he had practically believed her to be. Sweet and gentle on the farthest outreaches of her character like he'd always known, crafty, manipulative, snarky, and playful further in, which he had come to learn, but at her core she was more than iron. Piss her off or threaten her children and you'd feel her wrath, no question about it. It was this last part of his mother that had allowed Lelich to accept her middle layer. She was selfish when she went along with Charles, never knowing if that's what he wanted. However, one thing was undeniable. Marianne loved her children and she would never ever let any harm come to them. With the Ragnarok connection the dead would rejoin the living, so to her it didn't matter, but with it gone Marianne was as protective as she had always been, and while she wasn't the sweet, pure matriarch Lelich had originally painted her as, she was still what most could call the ideal mother, the one who acted nice to comrades, silly and playful on some degree and more than willing to commit murder to protect her children. By the time Lelich came out of his realization of this he noticed Marianne looking sympathetically down at Nemu's body. "Poor thing," Marianne commented sincerely. Lelich's fists tensed as his attention shifted from being protected from his mother to the state of Nemu that had caused all this in the first place. "She was like a sister to me," Lelich said looking at his mother. "I tried everything I could to keep her safe." He stared at the ground and stomped his foot, "but I failed her." He fought tears as he shut his eyes. "I failed her just like I failed Nunnally." The familiar sound of a Haori flapping was heard before Lelich found his head being brought into his mother's chest as she gave him a gentle hug. "Shhhh," she soothed, "it's all right Lelich, calm down." Marianne stroked the back of his head with the backs of her fingers. "Let your mother fix this." "Fix it?" Lelich asked as Marianne walked away from him. "Fix it how? She's dead, how can you fix death? If only Orium was here." "Lelich," Marianne said, back to him as she stood over Nemu, fiddling with the knot in her sash, "would you mind turning around for a little while?" Lelich looked at her oddly. "Why? What are you going to do?" "Something you really shouldn't see," Marianne said as she got the sash undone and then grabbed the left sleeve of her Haori with her right hand. "This isn't a request, it's an order from mother to child." Lelich sighed and turned around, tapping his foot, wondering what the hell his mother could be thinking, fiddling with a dead corpse, but as he stood there he suddenly heard a faint cry. It was a cry that he heard time and again before in his life. "Nemu." Lelich turned his head slightly in curiosity only to catch a single glimpse of his mother completely undressed sitting on top of Nemu, doing who the hell knew what. Lelich smacked a hand over his eyes and turned back around. "I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. I'm going to pretend I didn't see that." "Well hey, your mother isn't bad looking." Not the point. Nemiu's cries became louder and louder as Lelich's cheeks started turning red as he could only imagine what the heck his mother was doing to her as he slid his hand from over his eyes down to over his mouth with his pupils wide with shock. When she finally let out a loud moan, Lelich shuddered. "All right, you can turn around now, Lelich." Lelich turned around as Marianne was sliding her arms back into her corset and fastening her sash around her body, but more importantly, Nemiu was sitting up on the ground, skin flush and vibrant as if what she had looked like before had been a horrible nightmare. Lelich extended his arms outward, palms open, before moving his arms erratically all over the place while sputtering incoherently. Marianne chuckled flirtatiously with her fingers by her lips, suspecting what was causing his reaction. "Oh my, I told you not to peek, Lelich. You really should listen to your mother. What did any of that have to do with the result?" Lelich shouted, extending one open-handed arm towards Nemiu. "Oh come now, it's not what you think. You should banish such naughty thoughts from your mind, Lelich. It's unbecoming of you. I simply didn't wish for you to see your own mother without her clothes on. But, the sound, your position, you weren't wearing anything. More intimate contact can act for faster revival. With both our Shiakushos in the way it would have taken longer. What exactly did you do?" Lelich said, pointing a finger at her. "You wouldn't understand the process," Marianne said, turning her head, cheeks slightly red. "You did do something erotic to her. Admit it. And if I did, does it change the result?" Marianne questioned. "Kurotsukima Yuri created her with the idea in mind of having an indestructible body. I've read her history in the library and the history of all other notable soul reapers. Naturally, this means I know the ins and outs of her creation. Her body might not be indestructible, but her soul is revivable through unconventional means. Honestly, having had a hand in her creation, I'm surprised you didn't know about it. I only supplied a little bit to her creation. Kurotsukima Yuri was mostly responsible for creating her." "Well," Marianne said, petting Nemiu's head with her fingers before preparing to take off, "she'll be all right now." "Mother," Lelich said as Marianne was about to leave. She turned her head to look at him. "Thank you." Marianne smiled. "It's my job to do these things as your mother." She left. "Lelich-sama." Nemiu called his name as she got to her feet. Lelich turned around, ran forward and engulfed Nemiu with his arms, hugging her with such force that she stumbled back. His head was buried into the side of her neck. She was okay. She wasn't dead. Lelich hadn't lost one of the most precious people in his life. Nemiu was surprised by the force of the hug. Even when they were an item, Lelich's embrace was never so tight, so secure. Nemiu could feel his warm feelings to her. Even though she wasn't his significant other, she knew that she still meant the world to him because he cared for her so much. His words to her when they spoke after his fight with Zero were now ringing with a new level of truth. In his arms she was being held with such vigor and strength that she knew that Lelich truly cared about her well-being. Nemiu crossed her arms behind Lelich's back and buried her head against his shoulder. Lelich stood up straight and her head sunk down to his chest as Lelich soothingly stroked her back. He loved her like a sibling, always had, and always would. And now Nemiu knew that, beyond a shadow of doubt. Westward of England. Her blood dripping towards the ground, Rita retreated from Kazumi's strike. It was the first time she'd ever been injured in quite a long time. She'd never even remembered what it was like to feel her skin bleed ever since she'd become warden. "So tell me, Rita, can you feel my pain? How did you survive?" "Simple, remember our brief contact earlier, the small amounts of Ryotsu that transferred to my body allowed me to minimize the damage by blasting apart some of the chains. High-speed regeneration and my other powers took care of the rest." Rita panted only to steel herself and with Kaido, closed up her wound, leaving a scar. "Then, you leave me no choice." Rita's Ryotsu surged as she thrust her arms out at her sides. A wave of energy went barreling towards Kazumi, rendering her immobile. It was merely a pressure wave visible on the light spectrum, and Kazumi found herself only able to watch as Rita's Ryotsu skyrocketed. "I know that you can absorb all forms of energy, Kazumi," Rita said with a glare, "but I also know that there is a limit to what you can absorb and it forces you out of Bankai. I will make you exceed that limit. If you know that much, surely you know that when my Bankai goes critical that all of that energy gets released like a star going supernova, right? I am aware, Rita said, and I intend to still be standing when it's all over. Now feel my Jigo Kunmoi Okubo no Daihia's ultimate attack. Rita fired off a long, spear-tipped chain into the sky that pierced the very boundaries of the space-time continuum as it seemed to sink into an alternate dimension. Rita then created another smaller chain that wrapped around her wrist as she began to do a little dance and created a glowing sphere with several pentagrams drawn inside the sphere. During the entire dance, her left arm connected to the chain connected into the alternate dimension in the sky never moved once. At the end of her dance, Rita's arms were parallel and swung her left arm forward as she shouted, Hanketsubai. Judgment Day, Rita pulled the speared chain out of the alternate dimension and created a gigantic tear in the ether. The chain began to shrink until it came down and grappled Kazumi, selecting her as Rita's target. From there, from the opening in the ether, hanging directly over Kazumi's head, a shower of lightning bolts with bolts of pure, divine light energy. Kazumi's eyes turned wide as she was engulfed by the powerful energy. Rita then removed her chain from around Kazumi's body and turned her back on the Togabito. With a twitch of her tail the tear closed and the remaining shower of energy caught fire before Rita snapped her fingers and a pillar of spikes appeared from out of nowhere underneath Kazumi and impaled her. And, as expected, she turned to shield herself as Kazumi's Bankai went critical. Rita had overloaded Kazumi's Bankai with much more than the energy it could normally contain and the entire area of their battlefield exploded in a gigantic bomb of energy. The area lit up like a second sun. The light of the attack killed a bunch of sun-hating Togabito. And then the buildup of energy exploded like a bomb and Rita was engulfed in the blast. Her head was ringing and her body shook and trembled from the massive explosion that intended to destroy everything in its wake, distorting the space-time continuum around it. Much of Rita's Ryotsu was burned away by this attack and she took considerable damage too. It finally died down and Rita remained standing with excessive burns on her arms and legs, scorched fur and forced back to sealed form by choice in order to expel less Ryotsu after the attack. She held her staff and panted. No sign of Kazumi. Good. Still, Rita panted, standing. Congrats Furball, Rita had to turn sharply to block Kazumi's claw with her staff as the strike came in. Kazumi was out of Shikai and her wings were gone. The Lotus system was still active by count of Kazumi's Ryotsu, but it had decreased significantly, but then again so had Rita's. Both of them were incredibly worn out from that explosion. Gotta love that high-speed regeneration, Kazumi said with a trolling grin, never would have survived your stupid little spikes otherwise. Care to end this? Rita backed away and went to Shikai. You can't have much left after that. Neither do I. Can't you see this pointless struggle? This erosive war has gone on long enough, Kazumi. Call it off and I'll minimize your punishment. You made your point. I get it, you're angry, you want the world to understand that you've suffered, but this is not the way to do it. Shut up. You don't control me and don't pretend as if you understand me, Rita. I hate you. I've always hated you. You know that last statement isn't true. Shut up. Kazumi yelled only to drop to her knees and cough. See, you're in terrible shape. Stop now and I won't send you to Circle 9. Kazumi grinned. You really think you can stop me? You really think this is all I have? Oh Rita, you naive fool. Kazumi, I know your limits. You're done. Not quite, Kazumi grinned, I have one last card to play. Kazumi sat on her knees and leaned back. Rita could feel her Ryotsu destabilizing, but at the same time it was climbing at an alarming rate and showing no signs of stopping. Lotus System Bypass, Level 1. Rita gasped as a pressure wave caused by Kazumi's Ryotsu was let loose and then in the next moment the woman struck forward at the Warden of Hell with her claws. Southern Britannia mainland. Low power, Nonet looked at the battery panel. She was indeed running on 10% fuel. Schneeisel, I need more fuel. That's going to be a problem, the Beowulf runs on a new and improved Yggdrasil energy filler and we only had the calibrations for one operation. Lower to the ground and don't do anything rash. I'll send a carrier to pick you up. Roger that, Nonet responded. She lowered herself to the ground and shut down the Beowulf and sat in her cockpit only for a tank missile to come out of nowhere and blast the left flank of the machine. What the hell? Nonet looked on the horizon to see a sentient tank headed her way. It had two miniguns for arms and a painted-on smile one would see on a Saturday morning cartoons to signify the tank as evil, all teeth, red background for the inside of the mouth. Nonet was about to eject from the Beowulf when a large justing lance went hurtling through the air and pierced the tank, causing it to explode. A bunch of other Togabito followed, but Nonet watched them all get taken down by gunfire. She turned her head the other way to see a familiar Gloucester. What? But Nellie's Gloucester was destroyed during the Black Rebellion. The Gloucester revved forward and stopped by the Beowulf. Nonet, are you all right? I'm fine, but, Nellie, is that really you in there? I can explain later. Cornelia's voice came from within the machine. All you need to know is that this is the manifestation of my power to fight. Cornelia looked above and saw some aerial Togabito, and suddenly the Gloucester sprouted pink wings like the Gurin's red ones and the Lancelot's green ones. But for basics, it's called Fullbring, Cornelia said as the assault rifle in her nightmare's left arm was exchanged for a rocket launcher. It's the manifestation of the power of a spiritually attuned human to fight the dead. Each one is given a name by its creator and manifests according to an object the user takes pride in. Naturally, I thought of my nightmare's ignition key. And its name is Nightmare Ender. Cornelia took aim at the flying Togabito and launched the rocket launcher. She got the enemies down with pinpoint accuracy. She flew forward with speed that seemed like Soul Reaper Shunpo, in other words way too fast for the average nightmare frame. She took aim at a group of Togabito down below and formed a lance with her right arm before chucking it towards the ground. The lance exploded by Cornelia's willpower. An elongated serpentine creature came roaring towards her and exhaled a stream of hot fire. Engaging shield systems. Holding up the side of her Fullbring's left arm, a tower shield-shaped projection protected Cornelia's entire frame. Or rather the Fullbring's. Unlike Suzaku's Fullbring, which was the size of him, Cornelia had a full-sized nightmare frame as her Fullbring. It was merged to her very soul with Cornelia inside the brain of the large robot. If one could peer inside, they would see Cornelia wearing a white, featureless suit, her hair cascading down, unstyled and flapping like she was in a tank of water. At seemingly random intervals, a cluster of seemingly random strings, with some of the strings connected to Cornelia's body, would appear, but these were arrays of spiritual neurons. Cornelia's brain thought it, and if it were within the Fullbring's capabilities, it would happen. For example, if she thought to throw a lance, she would throw a lance. If she thought wings, she'd get wings. If I visualize a high-powered sniper rifle, Cornelia got a nightmare-sized Barrett M107. She took aim at a really far-away target and shot it into oblivion. Behind her, Cornelia could feel the power of a relatively strong spiritual presence. She turned around to see a dragon made entirely out of shadow with glowing red eyes, but the dragon's only limbs were its wings and it had glowing red eyes. It was Togabito number 888, Smaragd. With a simple exhale, the draconic creature fired out a breath of bright yellow fire. Cornelia defended herself with her shield system and pulled out a lance and threw it. It went right through the creature as it flew forward and gnawed on Cornelia's shoulder. "Get the hell off me!" Cornelia shouted, grabbing the creature's tail and throwing it towards the ground, but a long stretchy red tongue lashed out and grabbed Cornelia's ankle, pulling her with the creature. Shit. She used her ability to fly faster upwards and, with tremendous effort, managed to creature more upward force than downward, and the tongue snapped off at the root. Cornelia then created an RPG launcher and took aim as the creature, having crashed into the ground, flew back up towards her. "Smile," Cornelia said with a smirk, and completely disintegrated the creature with the large projectile. Simple, Cornelia thought to herself. Southwest of the Tropic of Capricorn and the Prime Meridian. Propelling himself forward on pure Ryotsu alone, Grimjo Jaeger-Jacques looked around, perturbed at the lack of good game, stopping every once in a while to drive his fist through some faces. Neliel could save the Soul Reapers if she wanted, but Grimjo had a score to settle. Damn it, where is he? The last Togabito whose face I punched in said there was a Soul Reaper with a black katana over in this direction. Grimjo then felt a trace of Ichigo's Ryotsu as he became ecstatic. Found you. Grimjo flew towards the source only to stop short when he caught glimpse of the fight ahead and Ichigo and Aizen clashing blades as equals. Yeah, I think I'm going to stay away from that one. He took off in a completely random direction and sought out whatever spiritual pressure that didn't feel like a Soul Reaper's he could find. He landed northeast of the tropical line into a cluster of 200 Togabito. Damn it, just a whole bunch of small fry. TCH, what a pain in the ass. Ah, well. Grimjoe busted out a Zero and wiped them all out with one single strike. Nice shot. Grimjoe looked at the small white ghost floating next to him. Don't you have anyone else to bother? Grimjoe asked, rubbing his neck. Nope. It's just you and me, Grimjoe, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. And Yami stopped when a familiar scent wafted through his nose. Oh boy, cake. Grimjoe palmed his face and chased after the idiotic ghost. He didn't know why, but it was better than constantly looking for small fry to pummel. Besides, he could use a good laugh. He found Yami with his face pressed up against a cake shop that had seen better days. Grimjoe sighed. He had half hoped Yami's smelling of cake was just a clever trick from a Togabito with a scent lure. However, thankfully his boredom was finally sated. He felt a really strong presence behind him this time and turned around. Standing before Grimjoe was a man with metal skin patterned to look like scales, long black hair reminiscent of a native Britannian's long feather head dress and covered only by Togabito bands. Well now, you seem strong and somewhat on my level. What's your name, Togabito? People call me Ferrum Draco, Togabito number 139. Oh? First time I've met one of you pissants to state an ID number. Most don't know their ID tag if they're in the quintuple digits. But any of us beneath 1000 have our numbers ground to us for a while. You seem pretty on my level, Aaron Carr. So if you want a challenge, the Togabito egged Grimjoe forward with his claw. You want a challenge? You got it. Now grind, Pantera. Grimjoe emerged in his release form and he leapt at his combat partner with his fist. His enemy turned his arm and blocked with his open palm. The impact blew away everything around them and leveled the cake shop nearby. Nice moves. Well now, Grimjoe chuckled. This will be interesting. He and the iron-skinned Togabito then began to punch and kick each other with movements so fast that their limbs looked like simple blurs. Fists connected with faces. Grimjoe's arrow and Ferrum's iron skin cracked and chipped as their claws raked down each other with intense ferocity. With a powerful forward kick, Grimjoe smashed his foot into Ferrum's chest. The powerful Togabito recoiled backwards before transforming his right arm into a large, serrated blade and swinging it towards Grimjoe, who leapt over it and roared. The power of the sonic scream forced Ferrum into a crater as the ground beneath him gave way and Ferrum leapt into the air and extended two smooth, metal dragon-like wings off his back. You call that a scream? Nuh-uh, this is a scream. With a mighty yell, a powerful sonic shockwave, carrying with it bits of metal dust, barreled towards Grimjoe. The King of Hueco Mundo countered with a Zero, stopping the attack from reaching him. He leapt into the air and belted Ferrum across the face with a right hook, sending him spiraling away. Ferrum landed in the dirt and got to his feet before rushing back at Grimjoe and uppercutting him hard in the face. Grimjoe smashed his elbow beneath Ferrum's ribcage before performing a high kick to Ferrum's jaw. He managed to scratch Ferrum's skin with his claws. Ferrum prickled his entire body with sharp, metal spikes, curled into a ball and revved forward towards Grimjoe, smacking him far away with the impact. He disengaged the spikes and rushed forward to put his fist through Grimjoe's chest. Grimjoe grabbed it with his paw. Ferrum looked with a shocked expression as Grimjoe's fiendish grin, I just remembered. I never told you my name. Grimjoe headbutted Ferrum in the forehead and sent his opponent spiraling away. I am the King of Hueco Mundo, Grimjoe Jaeger-Jacques. Grimjoe held his claws close together as they glowed. Remember the name as you die. Desagaran. Grimjoe whipped his resurrection's most powerful technique at Ferrum and pounded the Togabito into the dirt. He had managed to impale the guy several times over and blood was pouring out onto the ground. Grimjoe landed. Funny, I expected oil with a body made of metal. Guess you're an organic being after all, he smirked again, not that it matters. On my level? Don't make me laugh, this isn't anywhere close to my real strength. Heck, I'd say right now you're no stronger than Yami in his resurrection. You called. Yami's ghost appeared on Grimjoe's shoulder. Piss off, Yami, can't you see I'm busy? But you said my name, I'm contractually obligated to appear when that happens. What contract? You just started haunting me for no fucking reason at all. Can I have a muffin? No, you may not have a muffin. Not your real strength, you say? Good, I was worried this was all you were capable of, Farum stated as his Ryotsu began to rise. Grimmjow was preoccupied. For the last time, you are not Peter Pan, I don't even know who the fuck that is. I just know you're not him. Why are you even bothering me anyway? Go bother Ulquiorra in hell, for crying out loud. I'm sure he'd love to have you around. I hate you. I've always hated you. Grimmjow was suddenly cut off by a fist to his face that sent him flying and barreling into the dirt. Yami turned in the direction of the punch. Oh, he fled as fast as his little ghost tail would carry him. Farum's whole body was now covered with shadow, though he maintained his physical structure down to the last detail. Grimmjow sat up. Ugh, I feel like I do after too much sex. What the hell hit me? Grimmjow stood up only for a giant ball of shadowy fire as big as him to rocket towards him. Oh fuck. Grimmjow just barely managed to dodge out of the way as more similar-sized fireballs headed towards him, and he ducked and weaved as he made his way towards where he last saw Farum. When he arrived, he took one look at Farum's new form and formidable Ryotsu and uttered, "And this is why I hate you, Yami." Grimmjow said, only for Farum to turn his right arm into a hammer and pummel Grimmjow into the dirt faster than he could respond. Grimmjow got up though, and he wasn't about to take that blow lying down. Segunda etapa. With his ferocity steeled, Grimmjow was primed for action and tore towards Farum as the two engaged in physical combat yet again. Grimmjow's thickened arrow managed to avoid the damage from Farum's otherwise corrosive shadows, and Farum's thick skin and thicker shadows minimized the damage from Grimmjow's fearsome blows. As their fists connected with every punch, countering each other blow for blow, both could only smile at how much fun they were having. Grimmjow hadn't felt this alive in nearly 20 years. Being king wasn't everything it was cracked up to be, and no one that attempted to take his throne had been a worthy challenge. Sure, he grappled with Neliel every so often, but that only wound up devolving into another type of grappling in most cases. But he could feel it, as strong as he was, more than trying to fight Ichigo, Farum was directly on his level. The two of them were evenly matched and neither one was backing down in the slightest. Still, the fun had to end soon, as with everything, and it was only a matter of time before someone screwed up and someone gained the upper hand during the clash. And that person was Grimmjow. As Farum threw a punch that missed Grimmjow's head as he simply craned his neck away from Farum's fist, he socked the shadowy iron reptile in the face and sent him into the dirt. Then, Grimmjow pricked his palm with his own claw. Gran Ray Zero. Farum countered with a sonic roar that exuded shadowy metallic breath, but the disadvantage was that the shout could only hold out as long as Farum's could exhale in one breath while Grimmjow could keep going since he was firing from his hand. The clash finally stopped when Grimmjow's Zero just barely broke through and Grimmjow drove an underhand punch into Farum's gut before grabbing the poor bastard by the hair and smashing him into the ground. Farum got up and transformed his arm into a blade to cut Grimmjow and managed to get a hit, but as Grimmjow recoiled, the shadows began to evaporate, while Grimmjow's segunda etapa still permeated. What's the matter? Your time up. Farum gulped. It was true, his shadow augment couldn't be held indefinitely. Too bad the same couldn't be said for his opponent. See ya then, Grimmjow said, and with a normal Zero, Farum was done in, without a trace of skin left behind. Best fight ever, Grimmjow commented. East of the United States of Japan. Tia Halibal was doing her best to do as her friend Neliel instructed, protect the Earth by defeating Togobito. It was a simple task and so far she hadn't run into anything too dangerous, but as she neared a large mountainous area surrounded by terrain far below the usual sea level, in other words the raised terrain had once been an island, she sensed a very familiar presence, a presence that was all too eager to come out and meet her. Taiaaa, the owner of the Ryotsu grinned, I haven't seen you in nearly 2 decades. Mia, Halibal scowled. Have you come all the way out here to fight Mua? She asked, blinking innocently and putting her hands on her breasts. I wasn't trying to, but as long as you're here, I might as well. Then let's not waste any time. Segunda etapa. Mia was immediately in her mostly nude battle garb. You disgust me, you know that? How can you expose yourself so frivolously like it's nothing? Mia chuckled, you're one to talk. I at least have the decency to cover my modesty, unlike you. You know if you'd just let a man into your life, it's not so bad. You shameless whore, Hannibal insulted. Mia simply laughed. You know what? I take it back. This is my ultimate chance to absolutely crush you and capitalize my hatred for you. Segunda etapa. Aogashima. From far away the land mass that had once been an island, but was now surrounded by red, decaying earth, was the battleground for Hannibal's fraction. It was Apache who noticed her superior's Segunda etapa release. Whoa, you two feel that? She must have run into someone rather strong, Sun Sun said, sleeve by her mouth. It feels so familiar, Apache noted. Mia Arururi, Mila Rose answered. What? You can tell. Sun Sun questioned. Know any other Arrancar riots close to Hannibal-sama's level? Good point, Sun Sun answered. Well, if Hannibal-sama is going all out then, don't you think we should too? Apache suggested. Aren't we already? Mila Rose questioned, noting that all three of them were using their resurrections. I'm talking about putting Alon into action. Sounds like a good idea. He could use some exercise after all, Mila Rose noted. Following this all three fraction then shouted, Quimera Parka. In the next instant, the tall form of Alon appeared and the massive monster scared away a bunch of Togabito who had caught on to Apache, Sun Sun, and Mila Rose's presences and intended to fight them, but now sensing and seeing their large friend, thought otherwise. Alon. Crush them. Apache declared. Alon pulled his massive arm back and punched the ground, turning a few Togabito into paste upon impact. Well, let's not stand around here watching him, we can fight while he can, no. Sun Sun noted. Mila Rose and Apache both nodded. Alon could take care of himself. They all just had to keep their senses peeled for anything particularly dangerous. Middle Eastern Britannia. Hanko. Directing her Zanpakutozash to scatter once again, Rangiku cut up a bunch of significantly weak Togabito with her Shikai. She was having a relatively easy time fighting, but still she could only worry about the others. She couldn't even sense Lelich's Ryotsu or anyone's she was particularly close to. The thick merged atmosphere combined with the distance made that next to impossible. No, wait, she could sense one person's that she took note of as she cut up three more Togabito. He landed next to her and both of them shuffled backwards, backs to each other. You doin' alright Ranchan? Nothing too dangerous has reached me yet, you. Same pretty much. Wanna team up? Sure, Rangiku said, Hanko. She slew 4 Togabito coming up on the horizon. Shinso. Jin's Shikai went slicing forward and impaled one Togabito from a far-off distance. As the two fought together, Jin decided to make conversation, so how's Bankai training coming? Rangiku didn't say anything. Oh my, what did I do to earn a silent treatment this time? Rangiku hacked up one more Togabito that she shunpoed past as Hanko swept up a circular storm of itself to cut it to ribbons. Jin got near Rangiku as she answered. It's coming, she answered. Jin smirked as he and Rangiku took a breather from the lack of sensing Togabito upon the horizon. In other words, little progress. Not exactly, Rangiku said. Den what? Jin asked, leaning forward on a rock. It's not primed for battle yet. I need a bit more time with Hanko. Oh. Jin was intrigued, you don't say? So, if you were to use it now. I have very little control over it. Like I said, it's not ready for combat. I could easily slip out of consciousness or have it fail on me when I need it to work the most. And? I'm here aren't I? We need every advantage we can get in this war Ranchan. I'll stick around, sides, I want to see how ya been progressin' with my own eyes. Funny, considering you hardly open them. Jin chuckled a little. Say, Ranchan. Rangiku looked towards him. Something I've been meanin' to ask ya for a while, just never got around to doing it. Oh? And what's that? Jin dug into his pocket and flung a small object at Rangiku, here, catch. Rangiku caught it with her palm facing her friend and opened her hand to look at what she had received. Her eyes trembled at what she was holding. It was a small, red, metal ring with an array of diamonds, covering 1/4 of the circumference. I ripped it off some cheeky-ass noble about 30 years ago. It was a prize Ta be held onto, course never had the courage to actually do something with it. Was worried I might kicked a bucket and after the whole business with Kurosaka-san, I was kinda discouraged, but I got over it. So what do ya say, Ran-chan? You? Me? Lots little feet running across the carpet. I don't know what to say. What's a matter Hanko got your tongue? Jin chuckled at his lame joke. Rangiku wasn't sure what to think. Sure Jin had stolen this ring, but he got it for her and she knew what he was trying to say. If you don't want to, Jin shrugged, at least keep the ring. I'm tired of hanging onto the tiny thing. Always afraid I'm gonna lose it. He turned around only for Rangiku to hang her arms over his shoulders and kiss his cheek. I accept, she told him. Jin smiled, well now that the sappy stuff's outed away. I think we got some company headed towards us. Rangiku felt it as did Jin. More Togabito were approaching from the south. Jin sighed. Oh yeah, bunch of small fry. We don't even need our shikai for them. Race yeah. Jin zipped away. Hey. Rangiku followed after him. Don't make change my mind. She chastised. As she followed after Jin to fight alongside him she looked back down at the ring clutched in her fist with a smile. Jin, thank you. She slipped the ring onto her finger and with a fierce battle cry leapt into battle alongside the captain of Squad 12. Ichimaru Rangiku, has a nice ring to it. Peruvian Britannia. Yachiro was running around, Zanpakuto sheathed behind her back, bouncing up and down as she ran. She and Kenpeki had gotten separated when they first arrived and now Yachiro was hopelessly lost trying to track him down. She wasn't even bothering with her Zanpakuto. Her Ryotsu alone was enough to get rid of most of the Togabito dumb enough to get in her way, or the occasional fist to the face. She was trailing up north, for once actually heading in Kenpeki's general directions despite being a significant distance from him. She skidded to a halt though, once again, and looked at her surroundings, humming to herself, trying to decide where to head next. However, her thought patterns were interrupted by the presence of a Togabito off to her right. The Togabito was a white werewolf, with blue eyes, the size of a barn, Togabito number 533 Shiverfang white pelt. In her youth, Yachiro would have jumped on the creature's back and taken it for a piggyback ride, but now older and wiser, she simply looked at the thing with slight disinterest. Hey, I'm trying to find Kenny, do you mind not bothering me? Yachiro asked, as if the large creature was no threat to her at all. The werewolf became enraged at Yachiro not taking it seriously and made to crush her with its paw. It only realized too late that Yachiro was pushing its paw up lazily with her bare hand. No, seriously, I can't find him. Have you seen him? With a fearsome roar the beast brought its other hand down to smash Yachiro between its paws. I guess you haven't seen him then. Yachiro was pushing against Whitebolt's paws with minimal effort and staring up at him with the same slightly bored look. That's disappointing. Oh well, gotta send you back to hell now I guess. With a fearsome leap and a kick with the most force she could muster behind it, Yachiro kicked Shiverfang so hard, his head exploded from the Ryotsu difference. Yachiro dropped to the ground on one knee and looked around. Darn it, now I don't know where I was going. She shrugged, oh well. She ran off in a random direction, which was exactly the direction she came from. Tropical rainforest. While the oceans were dried up that didn't mean the whole planet was deforested. Starkey was sleeping with his head resting against a tree while Lilynet flung pebbles across the dried bed of red earth that had once been the Amazon River. Starkey had just been kicking back doing nothing despite Lilynet's protests. He was a blinding beacon of Ryotsu and most Togabito were too stupid not to seek him out and Komu stead instantaneously upon getting too close. Starkey knew that if there was going to be a really strong enemy that it would find him. He wouldn't have to go seek it out. Besides, it was a pain in the ass to get all the way to Earth from Hueco Mundo and so he wanted to sleep, despite having been sleeping before Neliel rallied for the march into Living World territory. Suddenly though, both he and Lilynet heard a loud roar from overhead above the canopy. And in the next instant a rain of meteors showered down upon the rainforest. Starkey yawned and stretched only to see the forest looking like Germany after its major war back in the 20th. Damn, this place really is going to hell. He heard the loud roar from overhead. Whoa, look at that thing, Lilynet pointed to the sky. High above in the air a large black dragon was circling overhead. Starkey rubbed his head. Well, he seems strong. I can feel a great pressure from all the way down here. Finally, a worthy challenge. Starkey walked over to Lilynet and put his hand on her head. Kick about, Los Lobos. Segunda etapa. In his winged wolf form, Starkey took to the skies and flapped his wings at the same altitude as his enemy. You seem strong, Togabito. You are not a creature I am familiar with, yet you exude the scent of an Arrancar. I am an Arrancar, Starkey stated, this is my Segunda etapa release. I can't say I'm familiar with such a release type, but I've heard the rumors of cultivation from the number 3. Still, though you seem incredibly powerful, to think you are on my level is laughable, Arrancar. Oh yeah, why what's your rank? Starkey asked. I am the dragon who devours whole countries, the bane of hominid existence, the firstborn of the Dragon King of ancient draconic lore, Kankui Arashi. Never heard of you, Starkey responded, landing on air. Insolent beast. Kankui Arashi exhaled a powerful jet stream of flames. Starkey countered with a zero. The attacks cancelled each other as Kankui Arashi and the strongest natural Arrancar to ever live clashed in battle as Starkey pounced at Kankui Arashi with his paw and slashed the dragon's wing. The black dragon exhaled lightning this time, zapping Starkey and actually dealing damage. Starkey shook off his disorientation before rearing back and howling. The force of the scream was powerful, but his opponent didn't stagger an inch. Oh, this is definitely going to be worth my time. Starkey thought as he took flight again. Lilynet, let's hit this guy with everything we've got. I think I've finally found a worthy challenge. All right. Lilynet was overjoyed. For once in his life, Starkey would use every last bit of his power and actually fight seriously. This would definitely be a fight worth remembering. Franklin City, Britannia. Kenpeki was in stage 5 of his Shikai and Vanguard was using his La Tekla. Both were evenly matched with Vanguard's increase in power over the last 20 years having closed the gap between him and Kenpeki. Both of their swords had broken and they'd been reduced to slugging away at each other with their fists. Vanguard even reduced his size to match Kenpeki's just to make the fight a little more interesting. His horns had also been broken. You're discovering it, aren't you? Kenpeki asked his foe as they locked fists. The joys of battle. Admit it, you're having fun, aren't you? Heh, perhaps, I am, Vanguard responded. He opened his mouth to create a zero only for Kenpeki to sock him in the jaw and the zero to explode inside his mouth. Vanguard regenerated his jaw and re-snapped his neck bones back in place with his hand. I take that back, I definitely am. Vanguard rushed forward as he let loose a flurry of punches. Kenpeki did the same, their fists beating into each other, neither one caring about the injuries they were receiving. Vanguard kicked Kenpeki alongside the cheek and the 11th Division captain returned the favor by punching Vanguard so hard in the face he spun around for a few moments and dropped to his hands and one knee. Damn it, I wish my sword wasn't broken, Kenpeki said kind of quickly, but I'm really enjoying this, so it's alright. Ha, same, Vanguard said, pushing up off the ground, as easily as a sword could end the fight. For once I think I've finally found one of you that can equal my power. Vanguard rushed forward, I am most impressed. Kenpeki recoiled back and reached a hand inside his mouth. He pulled out something small and white. Damn, I liked that tooth, he said, flicking it away. He tensed up his muscles, drawing more energy from his Zanpakuto to keep the fight going. For once in his life Kenpeki never felt so alive. He was fighting an opponent he could go toe-to-toe with and they were countering his every blow, matching his every strike, and surviving his every assault. Kenpeki rushed back at Vanguard and punched him again, pushing the Arrancar Lord back. However, there was a difference between this punch and the last one, but Kenpeki couldn't quite put his finger on it. Vanguard recognized it though as he fixed the broken ribs inside his body. Something was behind that blow more than just Kenpeka's fist, but he had no time to think on it as Kenpeka came at him again. Vanguard dodged and swept down low to knock Kenpeka to the ground. He punched down, but Kenpeka rolled to the side and then took his fist and smashed Vanguard a good one again with a nasty left hook. Heh, I don't know what's going on, but my punches feel stronger all of a sudden. It's because you're not holding yourself back. The fuck you talking about? As Vanguard got up and he began throwing more punches. Kenpeka began to block with unusual readiness and ease than before. You have always held yourself back without even realizing it. In your conquest to enjoy fighting, you extend fights by weakening yourself, giving your opponent handicaps, but now you've found an opponent that can match your strength, that can take everything you can muster, and it only makes your soul cry out for blood louder. So what are you saying? Kenpeka asked as he smashed Vanguard so hard he bounced on the ground. Your bloodlust is sated. All your life, you've wanted a fight you could really sink your teeth into, and now you've found it at last. You know nothing is going to top this, so why bother, no? Heh, suppose that's true. Kenpeka ran towards Vanguard and kicked him in the shoulder and sent him flying. And so what's the point of drawing out a battle you know will never reach the same level of joy as this one? So, if you stop holding back, if you fight every battle with your full strength, maybe, just maybe, an even stronger opponent will come along. And what happens when the day comes that even not holding back won't be enough? When that day comes, you will need to possess my true power, but until then, this is enough, don't you think? Heh, suppose so. Then you know what you have to do. Yeah, I gotta finish this. Kenpeka stood up straight and intensified his Ryutsu to its peak. All of the energy he wasn't releasing before, even without his eye patch on, he was now drawing upon, and it was so crushing that it was just a little off from equaling Naira's. Sorry, Vanguard. It's been fun, but this is it, the end of the line. What are you talking about? You've really made me enjoy this battle, and as thanks, I'm gonna kill you now, but hey, if you ever escape hell, challenge me again, cause this was certainly a fucking wild ride. And with that, Kenpeka took his fist and with a powerful right hook, smashed the top half of Vanguard's torso right off the rest of the body. Victory had been attained. North of Britannia. Along the scraggly red earth, Chisato fought her way through droves of Togabito with her Shikai already active. She made sure to stay away from anything particularly dangerous. Kiyaki needed her alive. In the interest of self-preservation, Chisato had to stay away from the lower triple digits. As she smashed her fist through another Togabito, she smelled a familiar scent, sake. Odd considering how far out she was from civilization. Hey, you there with the vice captain level Ryutsu, identify yourself, she heard the voice come from behind a nearby rock. However, though she didn't completely recognize the Ryutsu, the voice was impossible to mistake. It can't be Ikeku. No, that's my name, I asked you for. From behind the rock a Togabito walked out. His identity was undeniable, Madara Ikeku. Chisato. Ikeku, you're a Togabito? Seems that way, he said, rubbing the back of his neck, though I guess a bunch of drunken bar fights and unnecessary assaults will do that to you even if you become part of the Godi I-13. I think I've got only 8 years left. I talked to some other pretty chill Togabito, they said I couldn't have been sentenced to more than 30 years in this place. Chisato was unsure what to do. The order was to defeat all the Togabito and send them back where they came from, but this was Ikeku, the father of her baby. How could she fight him? You seem well, Ikeku said to her, pulling out the sake bottle at his side and drinking it. Ah, Ahn, Chisato nodded. I'm a mother now. Whoa, no kidding. Who's the lucky man? Ikeku asked, taking a drink. You are, Chisato said. Ikeku spit out his sake. Say what? I thought I was just hallucinating as I was dying. Did my little guys really swim? Chisato nodded, but she didn't look happy. His name is Kiyaki. He reminds me so much of you every day. Why don't you sound happy about it then? Is it because I'm gone? Chisato tensed up. No, it's just. Did your parents kick you out for having an illegitimate child? No. It's just. Yumi Chika isn't being an ass about the whole thing, is he? It's because I have to kill you. Shisato exclaimed, eyes closed staring at the ground. Tears dripped to the floor. You're a Togabito, I'm a Soul Reaper, her shoulders shook, we're enemies. Ikeka walked over to Shisato and put a hand on her shoulder. Hey, Shisato, I don't care if you were a mongoose and I was a cobra. Ain't no one gonna make us fight, you hear me babe? But Shisato blinked out tears. Ikeka took a step back, Zanpakuto resting on his shoulder, staring at the ground. Not every Togabito in hell is a violent crazy murderer, some of us just gotta own up to some dumb decisions. I've met all kinds of crazy idiots with relatively small sentences for making plenty of dumb life decisions. Heck, I imagine almost all of Squad 11 is gonna go to hell for a period of time. He smacked his scabbard lightly against Shisato's forehead, so don't be looking at me like we have to fight because society says so. There are plenty of us out there fighting our own kind. So stop looking so sad. We're not enemies. Ikeku, Shisato stepped forward and put her arms around him, burying her head in his shoulder, so happy to see him again, despite the circumstances. All right, cut the sappy crap. The Shisato I know is a warrior stronger than most of the idiots we used to supervise, so quit sobbing like a stereotypical widowed housewife. Shisato smiled and rubbed her eyes. Okay. Awesome. Now then, Ikeku tilted his head back over his shoulder. Yo, you done taking a breather? I got reason to go knock some heads. From behind the rock stepped Pyrite armor wearing Togabito carrying a sword and shield. I suppose so. Shisato, meet a friend of mine who's been buddying around with me for the last 12 years despite being 500 ranks higher, Togabito number 20, Orin. To be continued. Chapter 193, Vera's Voice, Nelzire, Starcase Effort. New Zealand, Britannia. With a blast of frigid air from her Zanpakuto, Isane sent another Togabito packing. The normally timid vice captain was standing on her own 2 feet and showing just why she was a vice captain. She could hurt just as well as she could heal. While the 4th Division's specialization was Kaido, creating a healing station could not be afforded. Anohana had made it clear that fighting to one's last breath was the top priority. Setting up a rest station with such a widespread battlefield anyway would be next to impossible, she figured. If the 4th Division set up a rest station, it would deprive other possible areas of manpower and every last Soul Reaper was needed on the battlefield. Isane knew better than to push herself. She was good at Ryotsu detection and fairly decent with Shunpo. Being able to avoid more dangerous Togabito would be possible even from such a distance that she couldn't even see them. Still, she couldn't help but worry as to how many of her fellow Soul Reapers she might find out did not make it upon her return to the Soul Society. In particular, her sister Kian was at the forefront of her mind. During battle preparations, Kian and Isane had had a little talk about romance. Hours ago, Kian stood in front of her sister's bedroom as the woman was flipping through a scrapbook. So many fond memories between her entering the Shino Academy, the day Kian was born, her graduation day, Kian entering the academy, Kian's graduation day, making Fukotaiko, parties, special events, division, and family photos. They were all secure within this book. Isane always looked at her scrapbook before a major battle ever since she'd been with the Phantoms. It brought her a sense of calmness and serenity to look at the book and know that there was something worth fighting for. Oni-san. Isane picked her head up and turned to see Kian standing in the door, hand on the inside wall, looking troubled. Oh, Kian, I didn't hear you come in, what's the matter? Kian walked in and sat down on her sister's bed. Isane turned her chair around to look at her sister. I've been doing a lot of thinking about what's about to happen. We're going to be in the middle of a really terrifying war zone, aren't we? Yeah, Isane said with a depressed look. She didn't like fighting, that's why she was the 4th Division's Fukotaiko. She was like the captain commander and her current captain, both would rather make peace, but they were very good at making war. And, this battle, it's more intense than anything we've ever faced. I'm worried. Isane walked over and sat down next to her sister and put a reassuring arm around her. Hey, we've been through a lot already. We're hardened veterans. We'll be fine. It's not us I'm worried about, Kian said looking like a sad puppy, it's the captain. Yuka take Teiko. Kian nodded, he said this was going to be a battle of attrition. Kian gripped her Shiakusho. After we lost Sentaro during Aizen's attack, I thought that was the end of all the hardships. I know being a Soul Reaper means you have to fight, but I never imagined things like this. What if the captain's sickness afflicts him at the worst possible time? I know he's been having one of his strong periods, but there's always that chance. Anguish appeared on the third seat's face. I don't want Yuka Taeko to die. He's been so good to me all these years. That's why I never asked for a transfer. I don't want to serve another captain for the rest of my life. Have you told him that? Aizen asked Kian. Kian looked up at her sister. She was smiling. Lamperouge Taeko once said that if you don't let out strong feelings and you miss your chance to let them out, they will haunt you for the rest of your days. So tell Yuka Taeko how much he means to you. I can't. Kian bent forward in anguish. Yuka Taeko is a proud captain and a noble. We're just a commoner family from the market district. Aizen gave her sister a reassuring hug. I understand. Yuka Taeko feels like he exists on another level than you do, that you can't close the distance between you two because you're afraid that attempting to do so just might widen the gap altogether. But if you do nothing and something happens, you'll only feel worse. There was a long silence before Kian broke it. Do you promise to stay alive, Oni-san? I promise, Kian. Nothing will separate us. Present time. Aizen continued to hack, slash, and blast frigid air at Togabito that got in her way. For her sister's sake, she would continue to fight everything that got in her path that she could handle. With a fierce battle cry she launched a Sakasui at a passing Togabito only to drop to the ground on one knee. Sweat trickled down her face. This battle was going on for a rather long period of time. Aizen didn't know if the Soul Society could keep up their efforts for much longer. West of Australia, east of Africa. With a fearsome flip kick, Kian smashed a Togabito's head off using the greaves from her Shikai, Yosaji no Ishi. Taeko. Yuka Taeko pulled up alongside her. I'm right here, Kian. Something the matter? Just making sure you're alright, she said. Yuka Taeko smiled at her. I've never felt better, he gripped a fist, I haven't had to push myself too hard. For the time being As if on cue he began coughing and blood poured from his mouth. Yuka Taeko dropped to one knee. Taeko. I'm fine, Yuka Taeko said, making a hacking sound to clear his throat of the iron liquid. No you're not, Kian said apprehensively. She knelt down at his side and began to use Kaido to restore his strength. However, as she began to restore it, she noticed something. Taeko's Ryutsu is so low, but he said. Kian became distraught. You've been lying to me. You've been pushing yourself, haven't you? I told you to take it easy, Taeko. Kian, I am a captain of the Godai. I have to act in a manner befitting that of a captain. It is my duty and my responsibility to protect the world of the living, even at the cost of my life. That's what it means to be a Soul Reaper. That's what it means to be a member of the Godai 13. But you can't die. I don't want to serve under a different captain. You've been the best captain ever, Kian flashbacked to her first day in Division 13, ever since I joined the 13th Division you've always been the best boss a girl could ask for so you can't die Yuka Taeko, you mean too much to me. Kian, Yuka Taeko was shocked at his subordinate's revelation. Sure, Kian was devoted to him to a level he'd call obsessive, but he hadn't expected it to be this great. The girl looked like she was going to cry as she chastised him, selfishly telling him that he had to live for her sake and he selfishly could not find the strength to grant that promise. He coughed again. Taeko, Kian stated in worry. Kian, I'm glad I had someone like you in my life. Taeko. Yuka Taeko coughed and then collapsed against Kian in exhaustion. He was still breathing, but he wouldn't be for long. Why? Why now? Just as he knows my feelings, why now does he have to die? Tears welled up in Kian's eyes. The presences of many Togabito began to swarm the area. They were too strong for Kian, especially with Yuka Taeko in such a condition. Taeko. Kian shook Yuka Taeko in desperation. Taeko, you have to get up. Taeko, you can't die. I need you. As loud as she could, Kian called out in sheer desperation and anguish. You can't die Yuka Taeko. He won't die. Kian heard the voice in her head through the use of Tentiakura. He won't die. I'll make sure of it. In the next instant a Soul Reaper appeared through the use of Shunpo and with her sealed blade cut off the heads of several Togabito before shifting position to stand in front of Yuka-Take and Kian. Kian saw the long mahogany hair and the armband of the number 1 on the Soul Reaper's armband. V Verifuko Taiko. Stay behind me, Kian. Vera swung her blade down. Leave it to me. Why you talked to me? Vera hardly spoke to anyone and here she was freely speaking to Kian. More importantly her hair was down behind her and Kian could feel confidence emitting from Vera. But that wasn't all she was sensing. Is this, Captain Class Ryotsu? With another swift movement, Vera continued to hack up several Togabito with no trouble at all, several of them whose Ryotsu would give someone with a standard vice captain's rank trouble. A Togabito tried to attack Kian from behind, but suddenly, without calling it by name, Vera entered her Shikai state and launched her pinwheel blade at it which instead of firing in a straight path, curved around Kian's shoulder and decapitated the Togabito before returning to Vera's Zanpakuto as she backflipped to catch it and then jammed it into the chest of a Togabito sneaking up behind her, cutting all the way down to the bone as it fell forward and bled out. Shikai without calling it out? Vera began to notice that more and more Togabito were swarming the area. No choice it seems. Vera flared her Ryotsu as she made her blade spin and spin and spin to the point where it sounded like a jet turbine, it was spinning so quickly. Baionkai! She exclaimed. In the next instant there was a flash of red mist. As the mist began to permeate through the air, Vera was seen with 2 black bracelets around her arms with curved spikes emitting from little slots in the accessory. The blades extended outwards, each a little bit bigger than a dagger. There was also a larger version of these bracelets, like a large chakram, rotating behind Vera's back. The blades on this rotating wheel were the size of normal swords. Vera was also wearing a spiked collar around her neck. Chikami Sorai Managarashi. Blood Razor Bloodbath. Kian stared. Incredible, I don't believe it, Vera achieved Bankai. Vera moved with the speed befitting that of someone with her years and experience and reappeared behind Kian and Yuka-Take as she hooked her arm around the neck of her target and spun the blades of her bracelet and let the blades dig deep into its neck until it bled out. The methodic look on Vera's face as she did this was in stark contrast to her usual timid look when she killed. The Togabito disappeared, but the blood remained like a brush stroke of paint flung across the air three-dimensionally. Vera moved her hands towards her chest and then upwards towards the sky. The blood moved with her as though she could control it. And then she crossed her wrists over each other and snapped her fingers. Instantly the blood transformed into 2 large broadswords that hardened to the consistency of steel, which she then grabbed hold of and impaled 2 Togabito coming up behind her through the stomach. She then crossed the blades over each other, went sailing over Kian's head, and used the blades to hack apart a particularly large Togabito as she landed on the other side of it. The blood from it began to coil around her as the blood used to make the broadswords liquidized again. Vera hardened the blood into a giant sphere which she then launched a far ways away. The ball exploded like a bomb, detonating everything around it. Vera noticed a few Togabito up in the air. She grabbed hold of the large ring behind her back and chucked it with all her might as it zigzagged through the air and sliced all the Togabito to pieces before returning to Vera, who returned it to its neutral position behind her back. In the next instant a very large Togabito appeared behind her. It looked like a mole and an alligator had an offspring. The creature was clearly superior to Vice Captain class, but not quite Captain class. Vera turned around and stuck her right index and middle fingers into the creature's chest, right at the base of the sternum, penetrating skin and reaching bone. In the next instant, the creature exploded into giblets. Vera then walked over to Yuka-Take and Kian, shrunk the blades in on her bracelets and put a hand on Yuka-Take's shoulder. Munotaru. Adrenaline rush, blood-colored energy seeped through the slots of Vera's bracelets and appeared to superficially enter Yuka-Take's body through his shoulder. His eyes shot open and he coughed, but no blood came out. Teiko. Vera took a few steps back and disengaged Bankai. She put her sword away. He should be fine in a few moments. My Bankai allows me to supplement my own life energy and add it to another's. I can also supercharge my own life energy in short bursts, but that didn't appear to be necessary during combat. Kian gave Vera a wide-eyed stare. There were 3 norms in the Soul Society. Jin kept his eyes squinted, Rurakiyo spoke in plural first person, and, most importantly, Vera Yukatake did not talk. It was freaking Kian out. V Verifukotaiko. Another thing worth noting was that Vera was still without her eye patch, allowing the stitches that sewed her missing eye shut to be in full view. Vera turned around. I'm coming clean with the Godi I-13, Vera stated, hand on her Zanpakuto's handle. Lamperouge Teiko came clean with his past, it's about time I came clean with mine. I won't hide behind my timid facade anymore. I have embraced my true nature and I will go before the court and reveal my history. If this is the last time I will fight, I will give it my all. What do you mean, last time you will fight? Kian asked. Vera tilted her head down and began to walk away, you will understand, soon. She used Shunpo and vanished from the area, leaving her adoptive brother and Kian behind. Along the Himalayas, 3 relatively young Arrancar were fighting in a group together. One was a girl with short brown hair coming down to cover one eye, both of which were blue. She was rather busty with mask fragments placed like a neck guard in the appropriate spot, like Ichigo and Shikai. She carried a thin scimitar as a Zanpakuto which she kept in a navy scabbard sheathed behind her back with a guard shaped like a bat. Her hollow hole was on her stomach. Her demeanor and development could make her pass for someone the age of 27, despite her body only having the growth of someone 17 years of age. Her name was Talisandra. The next oldest was a boy with unruly, flat blue hair and brown eyes. He was very short and had mask fragments resembling a forehead bone where it was expected to be. He carried a dark green-handled Zanpakuto in a brown scabbard with a thin rectangular guard. His hollow hole was along his right pectoral. His name was Fenriki and he looked about 13. Following them was a girl who hadn't quite hit puberty yet and looked no older than 10. She had mint green hair that split halfway down towards her back with hair bands around the bottoms of her hair. She had big, light brown eyes and her mask fragments created 2 little fragments of her upper jaw bone from the first molar to the bicuspids on both sides of her jaw. She was wearing a skirt in contrast to Talisandra who wore form-fitting leggings and Fenriki who wore loose-fitting normal hakama. She had a broadsword crossed over her back in a scabbard that matched her hair. Her hollow hole was just beneath her left collarbone. Her name was Arietta. Although inexperienced, these 3 warriors were tough opponents for a lot of Togabito that had come their way, considering they fought well as a group because they were siblings. Talisandra, being the oldest, had the most powerful resurrection. Chupacabra con alas, Chupacabra with wings, had her vicious claws, quick-moving tail, and a Ciro so nasty that it was like it had the power of 2 Ciros behind it. Fenriki's resurrection, Puerco Espin, Porcupine, made him the most defensive of the 3 with his sharp spines all across the backs of the armor that appeared when he released his resurrection. Arietta's resurrection was called Lalagra, the Liger. She was the fastest of the group, but also the most inexperienced, as well as the weakest. Her resurrection forced her on all fours as she obtained a feline-like body and the capability to rend, slash, and bite her way through her enemies. However, though they were strong, the 3 of them had been pounded into the mountainside by a particularly strong Togabito, number 78, Phoebe Clamora. She laughed as she approached to finish them off. Fufufu, it was amusing to think that a bunch of children like you thought you could actually defeat me. It's quite a shame having to kill brats like you. Normally I just kill whatever's in my way, but given the tenacity you 3 put up I've grown kind of attached. However, Phoebe's lips turned upward to create what was technically a smile, I just don't have any more fun to be gotten from you. Arietta whimpered as she clung to Fenriki for comfort. Talisandra stood up and made to attack Phoebe with her sealed blade, but with the flat of her hand the Togabito snapped it clean off. That was stupid, little girl. You die first. Talisandra! Fenriki shouted. Arietta screamed in terror at the hopes that someone might come to her and her siblings' aid. Phoebe swung down her large claymore to hack Talisandra in half, but her blade was stopped by the dense arrow of another Arrancar. She had long sea green hair, a skull-shaped mask fragment at the top of her head. It was Neliel II, Queen of Hueco Mundo. Talisandra blinked, mother. Neliel looked back with a look of dire concern on her face, are you 3 all right? Talisandra nodded, stuttering a little in her grunting confirmation. Good, get out of her and do your best to recover your injuries. Neliel looked at the Togabito in front of her with a hateful scowl. Leave this woman to me. Mama, will you be all right? Arietta asked her. She's really strong. Don't worry, Neliel said, smiling at her daughter with kind eyes, I'll finish this shortly. The frigid wind blew fiercely into Neliel's face, causing her hair to flap in the breeze. Then, with a fierce punch, Neliel cracked a few of Phoebe's ribs as she smacked her fist into her chest. Go! She exclaimed again. Talus, she said, referring to her daughter by her nickname, get your siblings to safety. Yes, mother. Talisandra and her younger siblings fled the scene, and Neliel caught up with Phoebe as she sank into the snow. Phoebe got up and stared at Neliel with a psychotic smirk as the Arrancar queen stared at her with a dull, hateful glare. Her hand was on her scabbard, sword ready to be drawn on a dime. My, aren't you gorgeous? Phoebe licked her lips. Oh, the things I can do to that body. You are beneath me, Neliel said with a cold stare. You will never come close to defeating me. She drew out her sword and crouched as she held her blade by her waist. If you were not a Togabito, this is usually the part where I tell my opponent that I will not kill them because they are not a warrior. However, you hurt people very important to me. Nobody attempts to kill my children and escapes the wrath of my blade. Ah, a mother with a heart, Phoebe laughed, fingertips by her lips. I've killed, corrupted, and tortured plenty of women like you. In fact, Phoebe's smirk grew wider. They're my favorite. You disgust me, Neliel said with a tone to match her words. Hate me. Phoebe beckoned Neliel forward with a hungry look in her eye and a waggling finger. Come and get me. With a swift push off the ground, Neliel charged like a ram at her enemy, shoulder turned towards her opponent, blade curved inwards as she struck forward and swung up and to the side, pushing up on Phoebe's blade as the Togabito blocked the strike. Phoebe was destabilized as Neliel's swing took her into a spin, and as she rose into the air she spun with her blade in front of her, turning her body into a revolving sphere of blade pain. Phoebe took several lacerations to the front of her body and stepped back as Neliel flipped backwards twice before charging in swiftly and striking again. Phoebe did her best to block and hopped back as Neliel swung in to avoid being put off her game. However, the mere force of the swing was enough for Phoebe to feel the impact from Neliel's sword. Phoebe smirked with delight. Impressive, my skull-headed goddess, Phoebe said, taking more delight in eyeing up Neliel. Let's see how you like this. The sound of stretching, pulsing skin resounded as Phoebe's body cracked and mutated to allow her arms and legs to grow in muscle tone and change color to a dandelion hue. Her pupils vanished and her eyes turned hungry and feral. Her veins pulsed with energy and her teeth looked fiercer than a shark's jaw with all their jagged edges. Furthermore, Neliel noticed Phoebe's sword arm begin to vibrate at an intense speed in a very controlled space as Phoebe then brought her sword arm forward, swinging with one hand. Neliel dodged to the side via Sonido as a crevasse was created in the mountain base. An avalanche fell as the plates in the mountain shifted, rising the altitude of Neliel and Phoebe's battle. You like? Phoebe goaded with a fanged grin. It's my special attack. I'm impressed you were able to dodge. If that had hit you directly, I would have sliced you to ribbons. But of course, you hollows just go to hell and become my plaything. She's right about one thing. That attack was way too powerful for me to get hit by it. I can't take the risk at this state. But she's wrong about another. Your plaything. Perhaps that is true for the ones that are true sinners. The ones that are true beasts are punished. But I am not a beast. I am a warrior. Our kind is redeemed upon our deaths, but I am not dying today. Neliel held her blade perpendicular with her both, opposite hand against the flat end of the sword tip. And you will pay for attacking my children. Declare, Gamuza. Neliel transformed into her centaurid state and raked her front right hoof into the ground. Neliel then charged and stabbed down at Phoebe with her lance. Her weapon impacted against the Togabito's stomach, but couldn't penetrate all the way through the tough skin and Ryotsu. Neliel and Phoebe were surprisingly well matched. Phoebe took a swing at Neliel's head, but she pivoted and bucked her in the face with her hind legs, sending the Togabito flying. Neliel then turned around and took pinpoint aim at Phoebe's body. Lancer Verde. The lance went swirling through the air as a mock cone and an intense pressure formed around it, but Phoebe managed to bend her body back and fall cleanly into the snow as Neliel's lance went sailing away. She called back for it as it spun like a boomerang and the blunt side smacked into Phoebe's head on the return trip as the Togabito got to her feet. Neliel galloped forward as Phoebe put up her defense to block Neliel's incoming strike, but defending was what Neliel wanted. Lancer Verde. The lance went whizzing forward again and impacted into Phoebe's claymore, shattering it and drilling a fierce wound into the Togabito's chest. "It's over," Neliel said as she called back her lance. It twisted as it was pulled out, opening the wound further as blood cascaded out onto the ground. Phoebe dropped to one knee and put a hand on the large wound in her chest. "I am going to kill you, but how painful your death will be will depend upon your next action." Neliel prepared to throw her lance again. "Try to stand," she picked up her front legs, "and I will kill you with this." "Kill me." Phoebe's eyes glinted with delight and her lips turned upwards in a gleeful smile as blood trickled down her mandible. "Why would you want to do that?" Her Ryotsu surged. "The fun is just beginning." Phoebe increased in girth and height to match Alon's size and a long, serpentine, sizable tail grew out from the base of her spine. Her yellow skin became leathery and scaly. Her nose became like that of an aardvark and her ears became elfish. On her upper jaw, two of her fangs became longer than the others and dropped down like a carnivorous mammal. Her feet turned into hooves like Neliel's and her body became incredibly muscular. Her breasts faded away as she took a more reptilian form with her stomach striped in a lighter yellow shade down towards her pelvis. "Behold the true power I possess," Phoebe declared. With a fierce downward swing, Phoebe plowed Neliel into the snow with her fist, knocking the poor Arrancar queen into a crater where the snow had been blown away and Neliel lay bruised in the dirt. On her battered body she got up. Phoebe took a swing again and Neliel used Sonido to escape. "Looks like I need to use my full power. Her size is immaterial. Against my full power, she will not survive." Segunda etapa. Neliel disappeared into a cloud of smoke. When Phoebe struck forward against and created a dust cloud, instead of being underneath her, Neliel was standing on top of her hand. Rather than looking like a centaur, Neliel looked more like a satyr with cloven hooves, green fur along her legs, arms and chest. Her stomach bore nor hair or fur and was slightly showing a four-pack of muscle tone. She had a long, green tail that had a sharp, hooked edge that was more reptilian in nature than like that of the Artiodactyla order. Currently it was wrapped around her pelvis. The length of the appendage was long enough to wrap 450 degrees around Neliel's body as the hooked tip slid in between the space of Neliel's tail and pelvic bone. She stood with her arms folded. Phoebe's tail snaked around the left side of her body and attempted to grapple Neliel, but the satyr-like Arrancar was already gone and the next thing Phoebe knew a hoof had planted itself right in her eye. She stumbled back and howled as she reflexively went to massage the injured appendage. Neliel flipped off the impact on the Togabito's face and unhooked her tail from her side and used the blade to hook into the back of Phoebe's hand like it was a grappling hook. She swung herself forward and spun into a ball. She revved herself in place and positioned herself at Phoebe's stomach level before opening her mouth and angling it to hit the Togabito right in the middle of her body. The force of the Ciro pushed Phoebe back and sent her tumbling away from the base of the mountain. Neliel pushed off the air and found herself soaring over Phoebe until the Togabito sprouted wings and attempted to swipe at her. Neliel was too fast for the large Togabito though and used Sonido to get in real close and socked Phoebe right along the left cheek with a dastardly right hook. With fast movements, Neliel spammed Ballas until her arms felt sore from all the rapid movement as she plowed Phoebe into the foresty landscape below before plummeting straight down like a meteor, leg outstretched, arms up above her head to give her the perfect momentum and speed as a mock cone formed around Neliel's hoof. Gravity allowed her to tear through the sound barrier and she landed right where she had damaged Phoebe's body with her Ciro as a blast wave of energy extended outward, tearing the limbs and leaves off of trees, unseasonably deforesting the forest. The shattering impact split Phoebe's body clean in half and the fight was over. Neliel curled her tail around her waist again and folded her arms and used her Pesquias to check for any Togabito in the area. When she was in Espada, her Segunda Etapa was the only one generated that didn't drain her Ryotsu dry. In fact it was almost quite the opposite. Compared to Ulquiorra who had limited control to his Ryotsu, but ultimately had one of the strongest, or Grimjos whose Ryotsu became viciously fierce and cumbersome to his opponents, but had little Ryotsu control, Neliel's Ryotsu was not only so well controlled and fierce, but it slimmed down her resurrection rather than adding to it. Combined with her warrior-like spirit, and Neliel felt very serene and unhindered in the slightest even after a grueling battle like that. Still, even with that said, noticing there was nothing in the area, she powered down and sheathed her blade. Neliel's Segunda Etapa did have one side effect she had discovered in her sparring matches with her king. Because it took no effort to maintain her form, Neliel could tirelessly fight without fail, and it was much less tiring than even fighting normally, but doing so would make Neliel almost enjoy the fights she endured, to feel the almost weightless feeling of knocking her opponent's head in with her fearsome power, and that scared Neliel because if she was not careful, she feared could devolve back into becoming a beast. Antarctica. Along the lands of the frozen continent, Yumichika partook in the flower bloomed by his last opponent, replenishing his Ryotsu. He was so far away from his fellow Soul Reapers, and it was so cold down here in this glacial continent that while enemies were few and far between, Yumichika could replenish his Ryotsu full and complete after one battle. Of course one would wonder how he could even survive in the frozen landscape with nothing but his Shiakusho without catching frostbite. Well, besides Soul Reapers having a natural resistance to temperature, Yumichika had also crafted a fur coat that he was wearing in place of his standard Shiakusho to keep him warm. Of course with it on her looked rather fruity. As he slashed apart another Togabito wearing a very effeminate looking coat of animal fur, he pulled out a mirror and looked at his reflection. Simply marvelous. Amazon rainforest. With a fearsome roar, Kankui Arashi unleashed a shout of unrelenting force, causing Starkey to stagger momentarily, but he shook it off and fired off a rapid blast of ballast from his mouth. Kankui Arashi blocked with his large black wing and snarled as smoke emitted from his nostrils. Your pathetic energy blasts tickle. His pupil turned to a vertical slit. Margot Zeit has Amshal Halhavatshal, feel the wrath of my flames. A large blaze hotter than the surface of the sun, wider and thicker than a Ciro, barreled towards Starkey with hot fiery doom. Starkey dodged and dove underneath his opponent and pounced from below with his claws, sinking his claws into his opponent's stomach and drawing blood, but it was barely a scratch. His enemy's tail, with its tough, leathery, and hardened exterior, whacked Starkey away and sent him flying as the black dragon rushed forward to bite his opponent and smash Starkey between his jaws. Starkey dodged the attack and opened his mouth to fire a Ciro. He got his enemy right in the face, but Kanaki Arashi shrugged it off like it was nothing, but Starkey could see the blood dripping down his face. Damn it, no matter what we throw at him he comes off with barely a scratch. How tough are those scales anyway? I don't know, but they're thick and they're in my way. That look in your eye is futile. No matter how much you struggle, a being like you could not hope to match me. Another gale of fire let loose. Starkey dodged out of the way, but the tip of his tail got scorched. Starkey spun in place to put it out before creating a golden long sword between his teeth and rushing forward. Maybe with a little more sharpness to it, Starkey thought to himself. He rushed forward and slashed at the dragon's face, but with his mighty maw, Kankui Arashi clamped down on Starkey's sword and his teeth broke the blade. With his wing, Kankui Arashi whapped Starkey out of the way. Starkey flapped his wings hard and remained airborne only for a frigid blast of cold air to come his way as wide as the flames from before with shards of ice mixed within, like a blizzard blowing north from the frozen points of Antarctica. Starkey used Sonito to get around and behind Kankui Arashi before he pounced on the dragon's back and scratched at it as if desperate to get a foothold. Kankui Arashi made an aerial loop. Rather than get thrown off though, Starkey held fast, by clamping his teeth down on his enemy's spinal spike. Starkey was in the one place Kankui Arashi couldn't reach, but as long as the beast kept flying upside down, Starkey couldn't move forward or he'd lose his foothold. He could easily gain air control if he feel, but right now he had a good thing going and he wasn't about to lose it. Do not think this will avail you, Kankui Arashi said, increasing his speed and decreasing the interval between revolutions. I will throw you off my back. You are nothing compared to me, Yatsur Shulhazov, creature of the wolf. I am the black dragon of terror. I trump all. Gonna slip, Starkey said, feeling his bite grip loosening. Not near his face, gonna have one shot. Starkey watched the sky carefully, waiting for the ground to disappear from view. At the peak of his turn, Stark let go of Kankui Arashi and righted himself just as the creature's back was coming into view. He fired a Sero into the giant dragon's back and blasted him forward, drawing blood as the fearsome being went tumbling through the air. Starkey didn't let up. As Kankui Arashi beat his wings to gain aerial control of his massive body, Starkey tackled him and forced him towards the ground where the massive dragon slid along the mud, battering his wings and knocking down trees. He and Starkey were now beneath the canopy on the forest floor near the dried-up lake bed. Kankui Arashi had to fold his wings in. He didn't have the room to take flight in his current position and Starkey was guarding the only way forward. Do not think this will avail you. Meteor Mitaram. Meteor shower, the bellowing roar escaping Kankui Arashi's lips fired a bolt of white light into the sky that caused the air above the canopy to flash as meteor rained down like a fearsome hailstorm, knocking down trees and attempting to crush Starkey in the process. My hardened scales protect me from my own attack, but you will not evade burning. Kankui Arashi pushed the folds of his wings on the ground and then snapped his jaw forward to bite at Starkey, who leapt aside only to get pounded by a meteor. 5 more followed and smashed the lupin creature into the dirt. Athlaham Totemolai, you are no match for me. Starkey got up, his fur crimson from the blood, legs battered and unsure if he could continue this fight. This dragon was strong, perhaps too strong. He was fighting his hardest and he hadn't even put a dent in the damn thing. Come on Starkey, do something. What do you think I've been doing? He's too powerful. The snapping maw of Kankui Arashi jarred Starkey from his thoughts as he jumped on the creature's head and scratched above the eye only to be thrown aside and knocked into a tree. With the meteor shower over, Kankui Arashi took to the skies again. With his tremendous roar, a giant fireball began forming in front of Kankui Arashi's jaw. It kept growing in size as he poured his very life force into the giant ball of fiery destruction. He's not too powerful. There's no opponent that we can't handle. Your head's already out of your ass, so do something with it. You always wanted to fight someone strong. But this guy is too strong. We always hated being strong, but what do we do when that strength comes at the cost of our own lives? Are you just going to give up and die? He is a strong enemy. We've yet to meet a strong ally. What would be the point? The point is our lives. Starkey stared at the giant fireball as it seemed to get larger and larger. At this rate the fireball would be almost as big as a Flaja warhead's explosion. Stay arc. Kankui Arashi said a prayer before unleashing his massive attack. Let the spirit of the Dragon King bless me with the power to smite my foe and his dwelling. Kankui Arashi drew breath as the fireball was launched and he roared as loud as he could, Amein. The fireball went blasting towards the ground and seemed to engulf the entire speck of forest Kankui Arashi was hovering over on fire. He watched it drop like an explosive warhead towards the ground and grinned as he watched the forest ignite on fire. He was about to flap away when the meteor went blazing back towards him. He dodged and the fireball kept going through the dense thick, electrified red fog and disintegrated as it sailed out of Earth's atmosphere. In the next minute, Starkey was in front of him, but he was not as he was before. He stood with a humanoid build, but a wolf body. His fur was platinum-colored. His eyes were yellow and he had red, tribal eye paint around the sockets. He had sharp claws and his body had tattered rags that could have once belonged to his Arrancar uniform. From man to beast and back again only to merge, to become the best. To say that I am the best, this is my answer. Resurrection, Los Lobos, Tercera etapa equals third stage. In the next instant there was a gun in Starkey's hand, a high-powered sniper rifle, and he was gripping it with only one arm. Choke on this. Alado Collective de Los Lobos. Wolves Collective howl. Starkey pulled the trigger and fired. The blast that exuded out of the cannon was so massive that it nearly matched Kankui Arashi's entire body in size. The black dragon veered away from the blast as Starkey disintegrated the gun and pulled out 2 Uzis. Los Lobos no solo alado. Wolves don't howl alone, arms out straight. Starkey clamped his fingers down on both triggers and fired forward an unending barrage of ballas. With 50 bps ballas per second, Kankui Arashi was soon feeling the pain as he was needled with blasts of energy, and a dust cloud began to form over the impact as Starkey began firing until his guns ran out of juice. Each weapon he pulled only had limited ammunition. For the time it took to pull out a new one, he had no weapon to speak of, and he couldn't use the same weapon twice in a row, but that didn't mean he was vulnerable in the slightest. Star-K's claws and fangs weren't just for show, as Kankui Arashi was about to learn. A love shut-off. Insolent wretch, the massive dragon came barreling towards Star-K with his mighty jaw. He was bleeding all of his body. His wings had holes in them, and he was furious with uncontrollable rage. With a much smaller body to swallow, Kankui Arashi dove to swallow Star-K in his maw in one gulp. He managed to get Star-K in his mouth and flew straight up, but Star-K grabbed hold of his uvula, causing the dragon to lurch and need to vomit, but Star-K pulled out a rifle similar in build to the Varus rifles, but 100% silver-plated. An eyepiece formed on Star-K right peeper, allowing him to see into the gut of his opponent as vomit and bile began to stir up along with flame and frost. Weapon-armed, went a monotone voice that bore a striking resemblance to Lilynet's, but seemed more mature in some fashion. "Thanks for the fight," Star-K said with a serious look on his face. Kankui Arashi could hear him as Star-K's voice in his jaw reverberated to his limbic system. "You truly made me feel alive and find a different reason to be strong." The garbled mess of bodily fluids drew near. "In another world maybe we could have been buddies. But for now, I'm sending you back where you belong like Her Majesty wants." Kankui Arashi went wide-eyed as he felt that this was the end. Fire. The weapon charged up for a few seconds as Star-K let go of Kankui Arashi's uvula, just as the dragon was about to upchuck, and the reverse force blasted Star-K backwards as a laser fired out of the gun, impeding the vomit and sent Star-K rocketing out of his opponent as the spew fountained upwards, and Star-K's laser fired through the liquid and into his opponent's stomach, whereupon the energy destabilized and the entire dragon exploded in a blast of blue light. Star-K then lowered himself to the ground and then began regressing stages until he and Lilynet were separated. "Whew," he exhaled, "what a rush." He rubbed the top of his head, feeling the exhaustion and severe depletion of Ryotsu get to him. He looked down and saw Lilynet on all fours. "Hey, you all right?" he asked. He put his hand on her shoulder only to notice Lilynet's hair was longer. Lilynet turned her head. What Star-K saw was not the childish face of his longtime partner. Looking him in the eye was the face of a woman right around his age. She looked like Lilynet, but older. The pieces of her helmet suddenly began to splinter like the ridges in a skull, and momentarily all that remained of the mask fragments on the woman was the single horn. As she stood up on both legs, she got almost as tall as Star-K. "Lilynet." Star-K seemed unsure. "Whoa, I can see so clearly." She put a hand on her throat. "Whoa, what happened to my voice? I sound way older." She looked down and Star-K followed her eyes. Although Lilynet still was wearing her usual attire, though her uniform had adjusted properly, her body had adjusted along with her hair and voice. Lilynet pushed her hands under her bust. "Damn, they're gonna love me when we get home." She then noticed Star-K. "Hey, quit staring." She covered herself. "What? What's the matter?" Star-K asked, rubbing his forehead, looking up and away. "You're staring." "It's my body, idiot." Lilynet decked him one across the cheek only for Star-K to topple over. "Holy crap. Star-K, are you okay?" Lilynet had attacked Star-K dozens of times, and not once had her attacks done anything more than be like a hard tap or like a gnat kicking a bull's horn. Lilynet had never succeeded in actually knocking Star-K to the floor. "Geez," Star-K said, getting up. He actually had a bruise. "I guess all that extra Ryotsu had to go somewhere." What? What do you mean? Star-K was pretty intuitive. He had an idea of what was going on. He leaned forward and massaged the back of his neck. "I'd wager that by unlocking Tercera Etapa, I accelerated your growth in the process. My body couldn't handle the excess Ryotsu, but we're two bodies that make up the same hollow. I'd wager that when we split that the diffusion would have killed me, so the excess Ryotsu went to your body, and as a result, you went through puberty from the looks of things." "You really think so?" Lilynet said, taking a look at herself. "Well, if Talbumasuk was around we could ask him, but I can sense his Ryotsu from here. He's in the middle of battle. Be rude to interrupt his fight." "So what do ya wanna do now?" Lilynet asked. "I dunno," Star-K shrugged, "but I know I'm going to take a nap." He folded onto the ground and curled up to lie down. Wah, but don't go to sleep now. ZZZZ, Starcase Nord. Stay ARC. End of chapter 193. Chapter 194, Kazum's Hell on Earth, the conclusion. Britannia Military HQ. Meredith sat in front of a large radar interface that lit up the globe, showing a widespread interface of all Britannia-owned night marrays and utilities and other night marrays and war utilities that she could keep track of. Some of it was really hard to see unless she zoomed in, but for the most part the war seemed to be headed in the direction of the human race. As she went to make some tea, her headpiece beeped with a communications hailing. She clicked the button to answer it. This is Meredith. Deputy, this is John. I'm on my way back. Chief. Meredith turned back to the globe and zoomed in on his location. I thought you were combating a Togabito. Well, I was, until some large Mexican man, large for a human anyway, jumped in my way and blasted the thing to Kingdom Come with a large blue laser. I'm Puerto Rican. There was an awkward pause. What he said? Right, noted. I'll get the mechanical team on standby. We'll refuel the Goliath's batteries and you can head out again. That's a negative, Deputy. You must not have heard from the princess, this war's almost over. I have, but the Goliath still needs to be repaired, yes? Better safe than sorry. There was a pause. Yeah, sounds good. ETA is a few short hours. Communications died. Meredith sat in her chair and massaged her wrinkly forehead. Humans firing lasers, demons from hell, the resurrection of the Demon Emperor, the Deputy General-in-Chief said through gritted teeth. She sighed, I should think about retiring. As for who it was that destroyed the Togabito that John Masters had been fighting against. His name was Tessai Tsukabishi, and he could not allow the large orange and black kaiju to remain standing for one more second than she already had been. Yes, in contrast to popular belief amongst the Togabito, Renaza was female. Of course, this misconceived notion was due to the fact that no one could get close enough to see her genitalia. While she wasn't the strongest Togabito in hell, she was larger than even the Kushana. Most Togabito that saw her would run when they saw her coming. Renaza was happy to make them her lunch. Sadly, Renaza was no dolphin and Tessai did not work at SeaWorld. He was not going to give her a free meal, and he blasted her face off with just a simple full-powered Sakasui. Narita. Atop the same mountain that the Black Knights had once used as their battleground, Tamaki was on surveillance duty, called into action at Kagaya's personal request, much to his chagrin. He'd gotten used to his cushy office and well-paid job, so to need to put his neck out on the line again was a pain in the balls to him. And this time he wasn't even given a nightmare, just a shotgun, a first aid pack and rations along with some other useful equipment. Tamaki was to signal for any sign of struggle, but for the most part things seemed to have quieted down. The Togabito were being pushed back, especially after a brief roll-through from Colin and Tatsuki. Right now most of the soldiers fighting, the ones still alive, seemed to have the advantage right now, and no Togabito seemed to be making a sneak attack. Tamaki lay on his stomach, binoculars over his eyes, scanning the area. He lowered them and sighed. Man, this has been a total pain in the balls. You know what I mean, Kent. Kent Sugiyama, still working in the Japanese military even after Zero Requiem, was working with Tamaki and managing reports back to headquarters. When Tamaki received no answer, he asked again, Kent. Still silence. He got up and turned around to see if Kent wasn't preoccupied or using the high-powered electrical equipment that the Japanese somehow got working at the top of a mountain, but when he turned, he didn't see Kent. What he saw was a creature seemingly using Kent's body, but plated in gold. The creature's form shifted to that of an asexual hominid form with footless legs, two thin tentacles for arms growing out of the shoulder blades with a second tentacle attached to the first one. The creature had a teal-blue face with slanted eyes with white irises, small black pupils and black sclera. The face had no lips and no nose. Its head was pronged like the top 3 points of a star. In the center of its chest there was a pink orb where a similarly colored cube lay inside. The color pulsated like the beat of a human heart and the cube rotated inside the orb. K. Kent. Host body Kent is unresponsive, the creature talked with a non-monotone robotic tone. Unresponsive? What the hell did you do to Kent? Tamaki readied his shotgun only for the creature's right arm tentacles to shoot out and, like they were made of sharp steel, slashed the gun apart. Target's threat level has been neutralized. Communication requested. What, so you wanna talk? What makes you think I have anything to say to you? Tamaki readied a fist. Query, did you create me? Waha. Tamaki was confused. I seek the creator, did you create me? What are you talking about? Target is not the creator. Neutralizing target. Suction cups appeared on the ends of the creature's tentacles as they whipped out towards Tamaki, frozen stiff with fear. Get down. In the next instant Tamaki was shoved to the ground as the tentacles went soaring overhead and retracted to the creature. The next thing Tamaki knew, he was yanked up by his collar and someone was dragging them along behind him down the mountainside. Tamaki struggled free and kept running, glad that his life had been saved. Hey, thanks for the save. Who are? He stopped when he saw the woman's black hair that came down towards her dorsal muscles. She was wearing the Japanese self-defense uniform. There was something familiar about her. I'm a corporal in the Japanese self-defense forces. The woman turned her head, revealing gray eyes and a nostalgic face. The name's Kurosaka Karen. She smirked at Tamaki. Long time no see, kid. Tamaki grinned. I'm not a kid anymore, you know. Karen chuckled as she turned her head. Yeah, that's for certain. So, what are the odds I run into you? I'm one of those types of people that have a sixth sense. I noticed something really dangerous headed towards the mountain top, raced up to evacuate. Guess I didn't make it in time to save your friend though. Oh, so you're gonna go all mystical and crap on me, huh? Well, that's sort of what we've been dealing with. Yeah, I know, Tamaki said, glancing up. Demons from hell. It's like the apocalypse. And of all things, the Demon Emperor says he planned to save us from it, hence his little mass massacre. Can you believe that? Whatever the case, survival is of the utmost importance. And that thing, whatever it was, is way outside our league. There's no way we can defeat it. So where to? Right now. Tamaki nodded as Karen answered. Right now we just keep running and stay alive. I like that plan. That sounds like a good plan. Much to Karen and Tamaki's luck, the Togabito that had absorbed Kent was not in pursuit of them. Instead, it analyzed its location and morphed its body yet again so that it only had one tentacle per arm, thicker legs, a slanted body and a crest going out of the back of its head rather than the star-pointed shape its head had been before. Then it took off like a bolt of lightning. Its destination could not be ascertained. Karakura Town. Having been run on her legs straight from China all the way across the bed to now reaching Karakura Town, so iPhone touched down in front of the school building and took a breather and the time to stretch out her legs. As she did, Urahara approached her looking like a mess. His clothes were ripped, blood was all over his body and there was enough sand coating his body to fill a child's pail. What the heck happened to you? Scrape with the bottom rung of the top 10, Urahara shrugged off. Nothing serious. You call the condition you're in nothing serious? Urahara reached into the folds of his robes for a flat green and white stripped disc which he then fanned out that morphed into a new hat, which he then placed upon his head. I've had worse. Pretty boring fight though once I went Bankai. I didn't give the guy enough credit so I wasn't taking him seriously with Shikai. That'll teach me. How are you holding up? Nothing dangerous at the moment, so iPhone said, tapping her sneaker to the ground, been rather calm for me. It seems like we're pushing back the enemy. They don't seem to be gaining ground anymore. Think this is our benefactors doing or just our strength? By benefactor Urahara was referring to Lloyd of course, though he didn't know who Rita had set up to control the Hell apparatus by name. He just heard scant details from Lelich over Atentiakura. Lloyd and Rax Hata were busy at work calling back the small fry thanks to some programming and effort. The stronger Togabito were harder to recode back into the system unless someone offed them on their own, and the Togabito's profiles that had been corrupted, those that Kazumi had taken with her, were being saved till last. Lloyd and Rax Hata were also busy working out a formula to separate the planes of existence, which Rita had said was Lloyd's top priority. Hard to say, so iPhone replied, folding her arms and closing her arms to speculate, either way we're close to winning. Best go on and check who's still fighting and... Rapid, frantic footsteps tore down the street as Hinta skidded in front of Urahara and So iPhone. Boss, So iPhone-san, you gotta come right away. Ururu, she. Hinta didn't get a chance to finish as the building next to Urahara's new restaurant turned to dust and the creature that Tamaki had escaped from emerged from it in a form that made his arms thick like oar paddles and created a rounded covering above its face and smoothed out his body, making it bulkier and more defensive, but also tackle through solid steel. Ururu, what did you do with Ururu? It morphed back to the form Tamaki had seen it in and looked at Hinta, Urahara, and So iPhone. Host body Ururu has been used to nurture existence. Query, are you the creator? The being's voice was now deep and dark, while still sounding electronic, as opposed to simply alien and robotic as before. What do you mean? What did you do to Ururu? Hinta yelled. Query has been repeated. Answer given. Query to subjects has not been met. So iPhone gnashed her teeth and scowled. You monster. Give Ururu back. Request impossible. Host body is dissolved. It happened so fast that So iPhone hadn't registered at the moment that it happened. In a rage, Urahara whipped out his Shikai without calling it out, only for the creature to lash out his tentacles and slap Urahara back while slicing him up the front of his chest and into his shoulder. Urahara hit the ground with a thud. Kisuk. So iPhone exclaimed. Urahara grunted as he got up, alive. He reached his feet. So iPhone, this is your battle. I'm too beaten up from before to handle this thing. Hinta, let's go. Ururu. Hinta just stared into space. There's nothing we can do for her anymore. Urahara yelled, frustrated in a rare showing of losing his temper. Hinta was shocked out of his wits to hear Urahara yell like that. The restaurant owner put a hand on So iPhone's shoulder. I'd say help her find peace, but we all know what their kind are like. Make it pay, So iPhone. She was just a girl. Don't worry, So iPhone replied, scowling at Raisin, I'll make it regret it was ever born. You do that. Urahara left with Hinta tagging far behind. Query repeated, are you the creator? I don't know what you mean by creator, but... So iPhone drew out her blade and used her Shikai without calling it out, I will be your executioner. Target has made a threat and is not the creator. Neutralizing target. Neutralize this. Bankai. Jusama no Yogo Suzumibaki. So iPhone took off like lightning only for the creature to morph into the form that it had emerged from the building form and its entire body to shine like a mirror. As So iPhone cut it she felt her claw scrape along the surface of the creature's shoulder. As she landed on her feet she was then surprised when two homunxa appeared along her shoulder. Attack repelled, the creature behind her sounded. Repelled? Did that mirror-like coating reflect Suzumibaki's power back at me? The creature shifted back to its initial form. Disintegration beam. A fierce pink blast of energy fired out of the orb as the cube within it spun rapidly. The blast was no wider than the size of a human fist, but it came out as such a deadly speed. So iPhone leapt onto a building that she pushed off and then made to cut the creature at the head, but when it shifted back to its other form and made it body that shiny mirror-like state, she somersaulted over it and cancelled out of her attack, landing in the rubble of the building it had destroyed. All right, answer me, what are you? She asked. Life form has no given name. Code name, Project ISV. Race, Togabito, formerly unknown. Rank, 67. ISV. So iPhone muttered. She could have sworn that sounded familiar, but couldn't place her finger on where. Disintegration beam. ISV fired forward the pink laser again at So iPhone. She dodged and the beam sailed into another building and created a massive explosion. So iPhone landed on her feet only to watch as the creature's sharp tentacles came flying towards her. She slashed at them with her finger blades, cutting them right off, but the other arm's tentacles hooked into So iPhone's shoulder and as they grew suction cups they began sucking the life force from her body. So iPhone felt woozy, but not after she cut the tentacles off the main body. The creature morphed back to its defensive-looking form, coating itself with that mirror-like shine, waiting for So iPhone to attack. Damn, she panted, those tentacles, she panted again, drained a portion of my spirit energy. How the heck do I fight like this? Suddenly the creature shifted to the form it had used to leave Narita. So iPhone was unprepared when it was suddenly behind her and punctured her shoulder deeply with its arm. She cut off the arm and shunpoed away from the creature as the tentacle lodged in her shoulder dissolved and a big homunxa brand appeared where the wound was, or at least the wings did. The stab had been through and through, so there was no location to make the second strike. So iPhone was lucky, for now. The pain in her shoulder was unbearable though, she could barely raise her left arm as it drooped at her sides. The creature appeared in front of her and made to stab her with its long pointy tentacles again. So iPhone did a magnificent, well-timed backflip that she then turned into a midair spin kick as she reached the peak of her flip. She put one leg down on its tiptoe and fired off a Kido. Hado 33, Sakasui. The impact failed to hit its target as ISV appeared atop the nearby skyscraper. So iPhone pursued and attacked with her right arm to stab it, but it dodged her strike and then stuck her with its arm in the side of her stomach, creating a homunxa. It then intended to stick her with its other arm to kill So iPhone, but she managed to get out of the way in time. Damn it, this is really irritating. So iPhone huffed. I'm fighting blindly. At least with Hollows and Aaron Carr things were simple and followed a specific formula, but this is like a grab bag. How the hell am I going to get out of this mess? She had no time to continue to think as the creature returned to its first form and whipped forward its right arm tentacles. So iPhone bent over backwards before sticking one leg up and hacking them apart as she managed to reach the air again and struck down towards ISV only for it to go back to its mirrored form and she was forced to abandon her assault yet again. Gotta be some kind of weakness, gotta be something I can do. Target is incredibly tenacious and strategic, switching to full offensive mode. That's not good. ISV used all four of its tentacles to attack So iPhone with constant jabs and swings, intending to pierce her somehow, but So iPhone deftly maneuvered around every thrust with her tempered assassin training, not taking her eye off her opponent's face for an instant as she studied it methodically. So iPhone suddenly became in the zone as it were. She entered a state where her senses were of the utmost focus and all of her energy was put into following her opponent. It was a technique she had learned as a young girl by fighting with a blindfold or really thick noise-canceling headsets. She would ignore her surroundings, or at least ignore the details, and focus simply on battle like it was some kind of blank grid. As she turned her body as her left arm barely missed getting hit by ISV's upper right tentacle, she focused on him. Watch him, she thought, eyes focused like a wild animal. The tentacle swerved back to clamp around So iPhone's throat, but she ducked and twisted her body to dive between ISV's left arm tentacles. As her flat chest passed underneath the space in between ISV's tentacles, So iPhone's body was turned towards the sky. Ignore all other sensory input. Focus upon the enemy. So iPhone's body twisted 180 and she landed on all fours, eyes back on her opponent as he shifted forms. Note a weakness. As she watched ISV shift forms, while she only saw it for an instant before he began to move as he was shifting to his fast form, So iPhone noticed that the orb in his chest remained unchanged in any fashion. The rest of his body seemed to form around it. Find it. So iPhone flipped backwards and latched onto her opponent's back as ISV appeared behind her and grappled her arms along him before reaching her arm around to stab the orb. Exploit it. Her blade pierced into the center of ISV's orb, shattering it like glass. His ears widened, almost overtaking his sclera. C-Core, BZZT, critical, systems overloading, body destabilizing. So iPhone's whole body was electrified with voltage and she was thrown against the low-rising retaining wall at the edge of the roof as ISV's body began to spark and crackle with energy. Must find creator. 52616B7368617461526165261746152668617461. It kept repeating the same set of numbers over and over again. The set was the Unicode hexadecimal set for the name of its creator. As ISV's body began to corrode and dissolve, the set began dissolving down into binary, ISV was then wrapped in chains and then disappeared from view. Center of Earth's surface. An alert popped up on the apparatus. One of the top 100 had been caught. Rax Hata began to file it away only to take note of the creature's labeled name. ISV? Is it a coincidence? Rax Hata shook her head violently. Forget it, she opened up the filing system to begin returning ISV to Hell's algorithm. That was the past. Northwestern Africa. Byakuya was not doing well at all as he stared down Ulquiorra, who approached like the arrival of the devil coming to claim the soul of a mortal. Byakuya was using Shukiai Hakyutkin and things were not going well. He was on his last legs. If his ultimate form failed him, he didn't know if there was anything he could do. He and Ulquiorra were fighting in an undiscovered mine filled with gemstones and the like. In the enclosed space, Byakuya figured Ulquiorra would not fire off his Lanza del Relampago and Ciro Oscuras at the risk of burying them both. He was right. So far, Ulquiorra had only used his fists and legs to fight Byakuya. It was all he seemed to need. Byakuya had his back to the dead end of a wall. I don't understand why you continue to fight. You cannot best me, Kukaki Byakuya. I am superior in every way in terms of combat. I am far above your skill level. Inside the dead end of the cavern there was plenty of room to do battle. And as Byakuya's sharp sword contended with Ulquiorra's fierce claws and fast tail, he had to do his absolute best to avoid Death's Whisper, which he felt would take him if he didn't come up with a decent strategy soon. He was bleeding from so many locations on his upper body that only the most tenacious of Soul Reapers, like him, would remain on their feet. Most would have keeled over from such punishment by now, Lelich included. But Kukaki Byakuya had too much to live for. He had a loving wife and 2 darling children. He could not afford to fall here, but that was slowly becoming a possibility. There is a limit to what Soul Reapers can do to fight Hollows. You have reached that limit, Ulquiorra told Byakuya as he raked his claws across Byakuya's chest only to be stopped by Byakuya's blade. However, with a little bit of pressure, Ulquiorra snapped Shukiai Hakyutkin with the arrow and Ryotsu alone. Useless. He then kicked Byakuya hard enough that he broke through the back wall and into a large void inside the cavern. All around large pink gemstones glowed brightly, Sakuradite. Byakuya got up only to fall forward onto his elbow and knees. The shining Sakuradite glow caught his eye. How fitting that I should perish surrounded by the very color I am most talented with. Ulquiorra looked at the top of the ceiling. This void is rather spacious, Ulquiorra said, approaching Byakuya as he lifted the man up by his throat with his tail. I think I can afford one of these. He began to charge Asiro. So this is how it ends, I'm simply not strong enough to face such an opponent on my own. Hisuna, he thought of his beloved wife, forgive me. The Ciro fired and the green light blinded Byakuya's closed eyelids. However, he didn't die. Rather than hitting Byakuya dead on through his chest, Ulquiorra's Ciro fired off into the wall next in between 2 Sakuradite crystals. Byakuya opened his eyes a little and figured he had to be seeing things. There was a little white ghost, just behind Ulquiorra's shoulder, emitting Ryotsu. He looked at Ulquiorra's face. The mere presence of the small ghost seemed to alarm him. Confused, Byakuya watched. Hey Ulquiorra. Of all times, why now? Why is he here? More importantly, Ulquiorra turned his head to see Yemi's ghost floating behind him. Why is he spectral? Hey Ulquiorra, are you gonna kill that guy? You should totally kill that guy, he's almost dead. Yemi's voice was like a tumor in Ulquiorra's brain. Byakuya used the distraction and bit Ulquiorra's tail. Ulquiorra dropped Byakuya on a reflex and punched him in the face, sending him spiraling away and collapsing on the ground. Yemi, go away, please. I have this under control. But Grimjo said you'd be happy to see me. I heard him loud and clear, Ulquiorra. He said that as long as you were around that I should hang around you. Quite frankly, I don't think this is exactly what Jaeger Jakes had in mind. The metaphorical tumor in Ulquiorra's brain expanded as he grew increasingly irritated by Yami's presence. Ulquiorra, look, a giant pink rock. Oh, and look over here, another giant pink rock. Calm down, Ulquiorra. Count to 10. Hey. Ulquiorra. What? Ulquiorra shouted, losing his temper, turning his body to look at Yami, who was floating up by the ceiling. Behind you, Yami pointed. Byakuya was right behind Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra swung overhead, but he missed as Byakuya ducked underneath him and jammed something into the left of Ulquiorra's gut before using Shunpo to get away. Ulquiorra didn't bother plucking the small gems out, something Byakuya counted on. He merely scoffed at the captain. And just what, pray tell, are you up to now? Pebbles. Byakuya was at the rooftop area opposite Yami. Actually, it's Sakuradite. I only recognized it after I'd had a few moments to think that your friend unceremoniously gave me Sakuradite. Think of it as the polar opposite of Sekizeki. It can pierce right through all forms of Ryutsu. And? Ulquiorra asked, flicking a speck of it out of his gut and healing his wound. Did you really think such a small fragment could kill me? Actually, no. A small fragment would do little more than scratch you, as I just confirmed, but Byakuya snapped his fingers and a large Kido net, tethering together Ulquiorra's body to every crystal in the void, appeared instantaneously. What about the entire room? Ulquiorra's eyes bugged out. Here's something you should also know, Arrancar, Sakuradite is a radioactive substance. When there's an explosion, it is catastrophic. Even the smallest fragment can destroy a house. You're bluffing. Ulquiorra called out loudly. You'd never blow yourself up. Who said anything about that? Byakuya asked as he was surrounded by petals of Senbonzakura. Sakuradite itself might be able to rip right through Ryutsu, but as we just proved, it still has to have the momentum to break through. If I shield myself with every last of Senbonzakura's blades, my chances of survival become possible. Byakuya stuck a single hand out through the swarm of Senbonzakura's blades. Hado 4, Byakurai. The blades then enclosed Byakuya's hand as he pulled it back. Yami, Ulquiorra said as the Kido barreled forward. What is it, Ulquiorra? If I see you again, remind me to kill you. A massive explosion lit up the cavern and blew up the entire tunnel. The Sakuradite-fueled explosion disintegrated everything its path. After the blast, there was naught left but a collapsed layer of crust and a large layer of rock. Southwestern Europe. Hisuna, Rukia, Kyan, and Kyokaku had followed the battles down towards where the ocean would be. It was then that a wave of Ryutsu fluctuated upwards from Hisuna as a wave of dread passed over her and she stopped her attack mid-swing. Rukia had to cover for her to prevent her sister from getting counterattacked. Nei-san? What are you doing? She noticed Hisuna's stare. Nei-san. Hisuna suddenly vanished with Shunpo. Nei-san. Rukia chased after her and Kyan chased after her to stop her. Rukia, let her go. What? But, I don't. I guess you haven't sensed it yet, but, Byakuya's Ryutsu just vanished. Rukia's Ryutsu senses couldn't stretch out as far Kyan and Hisuna's. The matriarch of the Kukaki family rushed to sight of the explosion and saw the cave-in. She ran down the cratered slope and began throwing aside rocks, digging through soil, and tears streaming down her face. Byakuya-sama. She continued to dig frantically into the earth until her trembling body couldn't dig any longer and she looked down at her dirt-covered hands and balled them into her face and howled. She made no words or shouts, just tears and sounds. What am I going to tell Kyo and Isao? Hisuna thought as her tears dripped to the ground. Her tears wet the rocks beneath her as she continued to cry. Hisuna may have been one of the proudest female soul reapers in the Godai, but much like Yuna mourning the death of Mari, Hisuna could only weep at the loss of her husband. She'd been married to Byakuya for almost 75 years, known him for a little less than twice that. Her cries sounded like she was a baby begging for attention, and that's sort of what she was doing. She needed Byakuya, she loved him. They were considered the purest marriage in the entire Godai 13. She looked up at the sky and wondered to herself, just how could she go on after 75 years of that with so much more of her life to look forward to? And then suddenly, as Hisuna was calming down, a small explosion broke through the dirt. Hisuna looked to her right as, through the side of the crater, a large hole was formed, and something tumbled out from it. Byakuya-sama. Hisuna rushed towards Byakuya and caught him in her arms as he fell forward. His face landed against her shoulder. His arms were too beaten up to lift and embrace her. He was even more of a mess than before, with rocks and gravel and sakuradite crystals jammed into his skin, but he was alive, if but barely. "Your voice, it reached me," he told Hisuna. Hisuna held him a little tighter as she dug her nails into Byakuya's back on a reflex, but just happy that he had survived. "Byakuya-sama," she sobbed. "Kaido would be nice," Byakuya groaned. "Ah, yes." Hisuna laid Byakuya's head on her knees as she removed her Haori and Shitaji to keep his back off the ground and his head comfortable. She sat on her knees alongside him and her touch began to heal his injuries. Byakuya turned his head to look at Hisuna. With tremendous effort, he lifted his arm and stroked her cheek. "You really are like my guardian angel," he told her. "Every time I'm about to quit, whether it's living or a challenge, you give me reason to keep going." Hisuna took his hand in both of hers and smiled. "An angel. A beautiful angel, with wings white as snow," Byakuya told her. Hisuna put a finger to his lips and put his arm down next to him and patted his hand. "Save the sweet talk for later. Rest now, my love." "All right," Byakuya replied. Hisuna brought her face close to his and kissed him. "What's this for?" "For staying alive," Hisuna told him as she brushed his hair back. "But should I need a reason?" "No," Byakuya said and let his body go slack from exhaustion while remaining conscious. "Sleep if you want," Hisuna told him. "Your body is stable and the battle is drawing to a close." "I see," Byakuya said. "When you wake up," Hisuna told him, "I'll make sure it's in bed." Byakuya smiled at her and then closed his eyes and let exhaustion take him. "Dreams some good dreams for yourself." Byakuya-sama. Hiroshima. The battle between ONI and Chad continued to rage as the two warriors had continued to match each other blow for blow, with ONI's blasts of energy countered by Chad's and Chad's punches matching the 7 or 8 ONI usually got in between each strike. "You are a fearsome one, indeed," ONI declared as a fierce red aura surrounded his body momentarily. ONI Shengshu style technique, Shimarikai. Island disintegrator, ONI smashed the ground fiercely with his palm, causing an outflux of his Ryotsu to be released in a huge red energy wall that blasted Chad off his feet and also caused a tremendous 4.6 earthquake. ONI then leapt from the ground and followed up with his speed technique and did a spinning hurricane kick into Chad's back before unleashing a ball of energy into it. Moving quickly again to get in front of Chad, he then formed red energy into his fists and did a rising spin punch that sent Chad sailing into the air. He then unleashed a large stream of red spirit energy. El Directo. Chad countered with an energy wave of his own that overtook ONI's as all the other times. Chad landed on the ground and began to think to himself as ONI came in with a rapid flurry of punches. "He's as strong as he is fast. I'm certainly stronger than he is, but his speed is more than I can handle right now. Looks like I'll have to draw it out. I just need this guy away from me." Chad drew back his left arm and punched ONI in the gut and sent him flying. He then tensed up his right leg and let out a furious battle cry as his full bring began to coat his right leg with a large, 5-clawed foot, thick like an elephant's, but clawed like a carnivore. Pierna derecha del dragon. Right leg of the dragon, Chad then stomped fiercely on the ground with his leg. Terremoto. Earthquake. The ground began to spike up in droves as ONI was launched into the air when it plowed up from underneath him. El Directo. Chad launched his fist's energy towards the sky as ONI countered with his own energy blast. With his right leg's enhanced speed, Chad got behind ONI and smashed him into the back, only to miss as ONI shifted on one leg, moving swiftly like before. He fired a crimson energy ball at Chad, which Chad blocked with his right arm. ONI rushed forward as he and Chad locked fists, with ONI grinning fiendishly and Chad with his usual poker face. Chad then tensed up his left leg as it too transformed with a brown and red color scheme to it. It was somewhat feathery and thinner than Chad's right leg, but as always his right side was for defense, left side for offense. Pierna izquierda del grifo. Left leg of the griffin. What sorcery is this? It's not sorcery, Chad said as he lifted ONI up over his head, it's full bring. He then chucked Oni at the ground before rushing towards the ground at speeds Oni couldn't even keep up with and began rapidly punching Oni in the chest with his fists while hovering a few decimeters off the ground. He then moved and reappeared behind Oni and began smacking him around with quick, heavy punches that forced Oni to keel over as Chad appeared in front of him and punched him hard enough to send him flying before appearing behind where he was going to land, grabbed him by the leg, spun around and threw him along the ground. Oni got up to attack, but Chad was just too quick and with a charged Lamu to the stomach, Oni exploded and that was the end of that. Southern South Britannia. Kensei and Chrysanthemum had been at each other's throats for a while now, with Kensei's mask having broken several times already. The Azure Equine was having a rather difficult time actually putting Kensei down. He was skilled enough to dodge her strikes and powerful enough to bring the pain if he actually managed to get close. From the air, her dragonfly wings beating heavily, Chrysanthemum created another large rift-like blue laser on Kensei's location, but again he dodged, took the skies and thrust his arm forward to deck her one. The number 9 dodged out of the way and let out a sonic scream with her high-pitched shrill voice. Unfortunately, by now, Kensei was used to the sonic scream by now and managed to grapple Chrysanthemum by the throat and smacked her one repeatedly with his other fist until a large laser blast cascaded down on his and his opponent's location. Kensei had yet to take a direct hit from Chrysanthemum's laser and now he was in pretty awful condition while his opponent strafed her hooves along the air in front of him smugly. My beacon laser blast siphons the life energy from what it hits. You are just rich with energy and the conduit between my blast and me, she examined Kensei, considering the damage. I'd wager I'm back at full strength. She then cackled darkly. You trying to piss me off? Trust me, you wouldn't want that. Are you trying to tell me you aren't pissed off? Chrysanthemum batted an eyelash. I don't like the sound of that. Chrysanthemum's horn glowed brightly for a moment before her beacon laser blast was visible from several city blocks away. Kensei looked at her with wide eyes. Oh, what? Did you think I could only attack in close range? I can fire that attack off from more than a kilometer away. Kensei went to check on the explosion. Based on what Chrysanthemum had said right before the attack went off, he had to make sure that she didn't mean what he thought she meant. Upon arrival on the scene, it didn't take anything more than a lopsided orange glove hanging over a bookshelf in the dust that was once a public library and a red scarf hanging from the flagpole to send the clear message. Chrysanthemum appeared on the scene immediately, standing atop a fallen column. I was right, wasn't I? That green-haired girl is your partner? Lover? Girlfriend? Kensei snarled, wife. Goodness, jackpot then. I can taste your love and it's delicious. Chrysanthemum's back began to glow with bright green flame as her tail and mane caught the same flame. Her horn straightened. Kensei grabbed the glove hanging over bookshelf. The wrist it was attached to had no pulse. He didn't dare look at the body on the other side. I gave you a warning. I said not piss me off. Kensei's riot surged. Oh, what's this then? Chrysanthemum mused to herself. Kensei put his mask back on. TCH, this again. It won't avail you. That's because last time I didn't say a specific phrase. I don't like to do what I'm about to do because it's hard to control, but now that there's nothing in my way. You're a dead horse. Kensei squeezed his fist as tight as he could as his eyes flashed green, obliterate and smash. He yelled, Colosso Imparable. Unstoppable Colossus. Kensei's whole body began to grow and expand until he was 6 meters tall. White pistons shot out of his back and hollow bone armor coated his bankai. His muscles grew and expanded accordingly. Oh my, Chrysanthemum looked up and used her beacon beam, but Kensei seemed to shrug off the attack like it was nothing. I'll rip through you like paper. Kensei shouted. With his massive fist and massive wind pressure behind it, he punched Chrysanthemum so hard that she went flying across the air and tumbled along the ground before Kensei took a massive leap and stomped on her down body as she let out a pained bray like she was a donkey rather than a horse. Kensei lifted his foot up to stomp his opponent again, but he missed. Chrysanthemum flew away in a panic, but Kensei's massive fist grabbed her out of the air and smashed her into the dirt as he began bashing her around like a rag doll. Chrysanthemum began coughing up blood, wishing she could cough up her lungs, just to end the pain. the unbearable pain as Kensei continued to beat the crap out of her relentlessly. She was beyond the point of fighting back. Right now it was only a matter of time until her consciousness left her, but Kensei would jolt her back every time with a smash until she finally went limp in his hands. He dropped her to the ground, a pile of damaged bones and organs. However, Kensei hadn't had enough and he continued to thrash about. Nearby he spotted a group of Togabito and brought his vengeful fist down upon them. Britannia took fire upon him, mistaking him for one of the Togabito. Kensei launched into the air and smashed the jet fighter straight towards the ground before launching it off like a javelin and blowing up another pilot and jet. He roared like a hollow. He was completely out of control with no one around to stop him. Kensei. The massive visor turned to see Stefan nearby. Calm down. With a roar, Kensei thrust his fist at Stefan. The strong captain did his best to withstand the intense blast from Kensei's fist. He was high on Hikaifun's food at the moment, so his Ryotsu was a lot higher than normal. At the very least it was enough to withstand Kensei's punch and not die. Kensei roared and charged Asiro. Stefan dodged out of the way. Damn, he wasn't recommended once as a Kenpeka for nothing it seems. Kensei was more than 200 years Stefan's senior in terms of Soul Reaper experience. Stefan used his Namikagu, but this only seemed to prove in further provoking anger from Kensei as he let out his Ryotsu and blew Stefan away with the wind pressure alone. He said to calm down. Slap. With the palm of her hand, Hikaifun smashed apart the chin of Kensei's mask. Honestly, you big baby. Angrily Kensei smashed Hikaifun in between his palms. The wind pressure generated created a fissure, which Stefan was nearly caught in. However, Hikaifun was using her hands to push Kensei's hands away and stared into his eyes as though she were scolding a child. She's all right, Kensei, Hikaifun spoke clearly, Mashiro's alive. Kensei's pressure increased as Hikaifun found it difficult to keep pushing his hands away. I swear to you I'm not lying. She's alive. When I sensed your Ryotsu I feared the worst. She was in cardiac arrest from the blow, but she's fine now. Kensei's pressure increased. I can't hold it much longer. After all that fighting, especially after dealing with the number 5, I don't have the strength to contend with this guy if he keeps going on like this. Sweat trickled down Hikaifun's forehead. Eventually her hand slipped and Kensei caught her between his massive fists and began to squeeze. Hikaifun screamed out in pain. Hikaifun-sama! Stefan shouted. Stefan stared wide-eyed at what to do. Hikaifun was in grave danger and the closest member of the Royal Guard, Marianne, was still kilometers north. If she even knew what was going on down here it would take a long while. Shunsui was the next closest thing to a miracle and even he was pretty far away. Stefan was way below Kensei's league. He knew it. Even with his supercharged Ryotsu, most of it had been blown away stopping Kensei's first attack. Kensei! Stop! The cry of reason sounded through the air. Stefan looked to his right to see Mashiro staggering towards the area. Her leg was broken, bleeding with every step. Her clothes were horribly shredded and she was missing an eyebrow, but she was very much alive. Much like with Ichigo, she'd been saved by her Zanpakuto, but it had taken emergency Kaido from Hikaifun to actually resuscitate her. There were tears in her eyes. Stefan could tell from her posture with the hand over her chest and the quivering lip that Mashiro was terrified of Kensei right now, as if she'd never seen him like this. Kensei saw the green-haired visor down below and his eyes went from green back to red and he loosened his grip on Hikaifun. She coughed. Mashiro pointed to the ground. Put her down. Kensei obliged and put Hikaifun on the ground. It's all right, Kensei, Mashiro sobbed, I'm all right. So please don't hurt anyone anymore. The battle's practically over. Go back to your normal self, tears cascaded down her cheeks, please. Kensei's eyes turned human and he shrunk in size back down to his normal self and put his Shikai knife away. Mashiro ran up to him and began flailing her arms at his chest. Kensei, you big dummy! Mashiro exclaimed in a whiny voice. Don't scare me like that. Kensei's supposed to be strong, but gentle, not a big scary monster. You big dummy. Why? Kensei put a hand on her head reassuringly. I get it, you idiot. So, Kensei gave her a hug, quit crying already. Brighton Neon Broadcasting News Station, Tokyo Prefecture. With a charged blast of lightning fired from her interlocked fists, Susanna destroyed the last Togabito running towards the news station that she could sense. She sealed her blade and turned her body 90 degrees counterclockwise. That appears to have been the last of them. It was Shirley she was speaking to. The recruit slumped to her knees in exhaustion. "Whew, that's a relief. I wasn't sure how much more I could take." "Your former friends doing all right?" Susanna asked. "I asked around, apparently they're not here, but they're safe. The building was evacuated a while ago." "Well, that's good," Susanna said with a smile. "Is it all right that we came all the way out here rather than letting Lulu keep an eye on us?" Susanna gave a thumbs up and a wink. "Lelichdano knows I can take care of myself and he knows I'd never let anything happen to you." Shirley smiled and then flushed a little. "Could you help me to my feet? I can barely feel my legs." Susanna grinned and helped the redhead on her feet and slung her arm around her shoulder to keep her steady. "Let's see if we can't find a suitable place to take a rest. The battle seems to be winding down globally." "How can you tell that?" "The density of Ryotsu is a lot less than when we first started. I'd wager this war's almost over now." "So we won?" Shirley asked. "It would appear so. Southwest of the Tropic of Capricorn and the Prime Meridian." As one of the last major battles currently raging on, Aizen and Ichigo had been fighting for a while now within the realm of Aizen's Bankai. Ichigo had yet to land a blow upon the number 2 Togabito, while Aizen continued to use his magic and misdirection to keep Ichigo disoriented. Ichigo was growing increasingly fatigued as he had no way of taking Aizen on, not like this. Aizen stood in front of Ichigo, prepared to mock him. "After all that boasting, this is the best you can do? I am truly disappointed, Kurosaki Ichigo." Kazumi was right. "Without that demonic form of yours at your disposal, you have failed to be able to stop us." "Heh," Ichigo responded. He stood erect and removed his mask from his face. His eyes were closed. He was smirking, calmly. He took it off. He then scowled fiercely and held his blade up at an angle, pointed directly at Aizen. "I told you before, Aizen, but I guess you didn't quite understand what it meant. I told you that I spent 8 years under Rita's guidance. And? Am I supposed to be impressed?" Aizen scoffed. "You know, for someone who was once said to be one of the most brilliant minds in all of the Soul Society, you really aren't thinking clearly, are you? Let me ask you, do you really think that all I did was train while I was with her, follow her orders? Or do you think I pushed myself to my very limits? Remember, Aizen, no job, no responsibilities, nothing to do, but train." Aizen stared strangely at Ichigo for a moment, brow crinkled as he tried to follow the directions in Ichigo's implications. After a few moments he finally realized what Ichigo was getting at and shouted, "No way, that's impossible." Ichigo began drawing Ryotsu towards his body, and encompassing it around himself. It was completely black, no red to accent it. "Is it so impossible? I spent 8 years trying to discover a way to improve myself. I pushed myself to my ultimate limits. My Bankai gives me the power to protect those I wish to protect, cloaking me in my own power. As those I wish to protect grow in number and grow in power, I too must grow in power to be able to protect them. I threw away the power of my holification except for my mask. I felt the power was not to protect, but the power to destroy. However, through my training, I finally found it, a true form that encompasses my ultimate desire." Preposterous. Aizen thought as Ichigo extended his arm forward, placing his hand on his elbow. Although Kurosaki Ishine could unlock the core form, he was a full-fledged Soul Reaper with years of experience. Kurosaki Ichigo is just a boy. That's why holification should be his only choice to reach my level. Even I haven't had the power to unlock my core form. So how can he? In just 8 years, how can he reach such an extraordinary achievement? Show 10. Making the same declaration Yoriyuki had made against Tsukishima more than 18 years ago, but for an entirely different purpose, Ichigo disappeared in a swirling sphere of black Ryotsu. It then flaked away slowly, revealing a transparent bubble of bright blue Ryotsu, the same as Ichigo's Shikai. Ichigo then burst from the bubble as the Ryotsu concealed within it exploded around him, distorting the space-time continuum and giving Aizen a momentary headache. As Aizen gained control of himself, he stared at Ichigo and his new form. Ichigo's Shiakusho flowed out to an even greater degree behind him. The chain that extended from his Bankai coiled around his right arm. His sleeves were non-existent. On Ichigo's right hand he was wearing a black gauntlet, which was firmly clamped around his blade. The blade itself was longer than ever before. It had a slight curve to it and the manji that made up its guard had expanded outward a bit. Ichigo's hair now cascaded down to his mid-back and down over his front. He no longer had that boyish look with his short spiky hair. With his long hair he was notably a man. The most notable thing though was Ichigo's left arm. It almost seemed to be completely seeped in Getsuga as Ryotsu began flooding off it from the shoulder blade as a blade extended backwards from the shoulder. Another notable change was that Ichigo's sclera remained black and his eyes as yellow as the sun. On top of that, he had a scabbard for Tensou Zanjutsu fastened tightly at his left hip side. What purpose it served was beyond Aizen, since the chain around Ichigo's arm would make it complicated for Ichigo to move his arm away from the sheath without pulling the sword with it. Lastly, two white pauldrons with spikes, curved like his abandoned hollow form's horns, were present upon Ichigo's shoulders. Ichigo spoke with incredible calmness, but as he spoke it was like he was not the only voice speaking. Aizen almost thought that Ichigo was four people at the exact same time. Tensou Zanjutsu Saigo no Geiken. Heaven Chain Slaying Moon, Final Form. Aizen marveled at Ichigo's stance as he held his blade held down between his legs. His Ryotsu is so faint. The raw Getsuga, and his arm, there's nothing from him anywhere else. Without word or warning, Ichigo was in Aizen's space and attacked with his sword. Aizen put up his sword to block and was sent hurtling away as his blade took the impact from Ichigo's, taking his Ryotsu bubble with him. Ichigo pushed him so far that he stood just at the edge of Aizen's pull. I felt that. Aizen noted to himself as he recovered from the almighty blow. For a moment, his Ryotsu spiked, unleashing such power upon me when a moment ago it was zero. Just what sort of power does he have? Ichigo was in front of Aizen in moments. He beckoned Aizen forward with his left hand with a stoic, emotionless expression. Aizen struck forward as Ichigo dodged to the side with ease. He then grabbed Aizen by the arm as the spike extending backward from his arm shot out fiercely, magnifying in size as he threw Aizen towards the ground as a downpour of Getsuga followed, like the size of the northeastern Brighton Neon Falls. Aizen cascaded into the ground and barely managed to recover before Ichigo struck him across the torso, creating a deep wound. Aizen retreated away from Ichigo in a panic, trying to get some time to think and stop Ichigo. Using the power of his Bankai, Aizen surrounded Ichigo in a stone cage with no cell bars and sailed up into the air again. Aizen panted as he let his brain calculate a plan of how to fight back and to calm down. He got calm only for a beacon of Getsuga to shoot into the air and Ichigo to rise with it. Ichigo then extended his left arm out at his side and rotated it with only his thumb, fore, and middle finger extended. A disc of energy formed in front of his hand. Getsuga, Ichigo drew back his arm and then fired forward the energy at Aizen, as if flinging a ball, Tensho. A massive blast of Ryuryoku sailed towards Aizen, too powerful to stop and too wide to dodge. Aizen did his best to try and pull it apart as he had with Ichigo's earlier Getsuga, but the blast wave was too dense and Aizen took nearly the full force of Ichigo's attack. Aizen was an absolute mess when the dust cleared. His torso was burned and he was bleeding profusely from said burns. Aizen grit his teeth in hate and shouted at Ichigo in indignation. I don't understand. With this kind of power you could have trumped Kazumi. She shared everything with us about her battle with you. She had no reason not to. Why did you not use this against her? Because I still believe in the good in Kazumi, Ichigo said, swinging his sword across his body as the blade rested near the opposite shoulder. You on the other hand I can never forgive. The good in her? Aizen laughed. He found Ichigo's statement hilarious. Kazumi is a sinner like the rest of us. What makes you think there's any good in her? We all are sinners in our own way. We've made mistakes we'd like to be forgiven for, acted in ways we know were wrong, but simply did what we had to do. We make justifications to help others or to harm them. However, I can tell when someone is suffering, and I know that Kazumi's suffering is caused by her desire to be forgiven. Aizen's face showed a very uncharacteristic crazed smile. The desire to be forgiven? She desires no such thing. Look around Kurosaki Ichigo. Aizen extended his arm out. The woman you believe wants to be forgiven caused all of this, allied herself with me. Your beliefs are young and naive. Life experience you may have, but you're still an idealistic brat. Ichigo didn't even blink. This debate is over. I've made my choice. Surely you've noticed by now, Rita is on the battlefield. I didn't kill you earlier so that you wouldn't escape Rita, but now, I'm going to finish you with one final attack. I told you not to be so arrogant. Aizen felt it as his entire body buckled. This crushing pressure, why didn't I sense it before? I can barely breathe. When you become so powerful that you outmatch those around you, you become afraid you might do more harm than good. You become like a giant trying its hardest not to step on an ant. However, my true power allows me to perfectly control my Ryutsu, releasing it only when and where I would like so that I don't hurt my allies in the process. Feel the heat that's all around you as my crushing sea of pressure surrounds you. Ichigo sheathed his sword and suddenly his Ryutsu began spiking. His hair and coat tails flapped upwards in the draft caused by his Ryutsu climbing higher and higher, as if having his sword sheathed overcharged his Ryutsu. Aizen could tell what was happening, though. That's what it's for. With his blade sheathed it connects it to his inner strength provided to him by his Zanpakuto, the untapped raw energy that he's not currently using to fight. Damn it. I can barely stand and he's about to hit me with everything he's got. Farewell, Aizen. Ichigo unsheathed his sword and unleashed all of his power at once, creating a massive torrent of energy that would have made Sokyoku Hill itself quake in fear of its presence. Kurosaki, Ichigo! Aizen roared at the top of his lungs as the blast consumed him. Ichigo quickly exited from his final form down to normal Bankai. He staggered for a moment, not used to fighting with his core form or unleashing that much power. He waited to see if the fight would continue, but as he could still sense the presence of Aizen's Bankai, he felt that it might. New Yorkshire, Britannia. Lelouch took a knee to the ground as she stood at the edge of the city looking out over onto the drop-off point where a large red bed of earth that had once been the Atlantic Ocean lay. Marianne walked up behind him. Tired? Yeah, Lelouch said, that, he said as he kept his palm flat on the ground, and I'm trying to ascertain just how well we're progressing. I think we've just about won, Lelouch. Aizen's Ryutsu just plummeted. Most of the top 10 appear to have been wiped out as well. Then we've won. Marin nodded. We've won. Across the earth the thread appeared to be coming to a conclusion. Togabito were beginning to fall like flies as the algorithm created by Rax Hata and Lloyd became more and more complete. Major players were beginning to collapse. Victory was close at hand. Amidst the dwindling chaos, a single combatant slammed into the ground. The shockwave caused by their defeat was felt by Lelouch, Marianne, Ichigo and many major key players could feel what had happened. The most crucial battle in the entire war was over and the outcome had just been delivered. The loser lay in the ground, her body impacted in the rubble like a concrete angel. Her arms lay at her sides and her head was turned to the side. She was heavily injured with a humongous gash down her torso that was continuing to pour out and she had lost almost all of her strength. Anohana, who was nearby, saw the woman in the ground. She knew who it was considering which fighter was still in the air. And then despite her injuries, and her normally calm demeanor, she screamed out in terror for fear that the loser of the fight might very well be dead. To be continued. Chapter 195, Kazumi's Origins, the final piece. Argentinian Britannia. Talbumasuk and Waiwak momentarily halted their confrontation as both individuals noticed Rita's defeat. Talbumasuk glanced over the horizon. Well, what do you know, she's dead. I find that hard to believe. Well, maybe not yet, but she lost to Kazumi, Talbumasuk defended. There's no way she has the strength to keep fighting at this rate. But she's tired as are you. At this rate almost anyone could finish her off if they're deft enough. With that thought running through his mind, Waiwak was surprised when Talbumasuk rushed forward, cut him with his time-slowing mechanic and supposedly seemed to vanish with the accompaniment of his Zeko no Sozo. It didn't take Wywak long to break free from Talbumasuk's effects, but the man was long gone. Odd, why did he run away? Westward of England. Anohana was defending Rita with her body as she lay hunched over her, using Kaido to resuscitate Rita, but given the wounds of both, Anohana couldn't do much and her inner panic certainly wasn't doing the grave decision any favors. Kazumi continued to approach with a smug grin as she held out a single claw, ready to cut them both down. Ah, what a lovely image of mother and daughter, she cooed, it's just priceless. Oh wait, she charged at Anohana with a fierce scowl, it's not. Kazumi made to strike down Anohana, but she was stopped by the armored arm of Lelich's core form. Kazumi was shocked that Lelich of all people could stop her. What? How did you? As I suspected, Lelich spoke confidently, your battle with Rita took its toll on you. You're not at the peak of your power right now. Even I can defeat you here. Lelich pushed Kazumi back and attacked with his core form. Using a Hakuta combo of his fists and legs, he was able to land a few sharp blows upon Kazumi's body and push her. She flipped through the air with a reverse somersault and landed on her feet. She panted. Your Ryutsu is formidable, but you can't keep it up, can you? Kazumi scowled and fired off a Konrin Meiho to blast Lelich apart. Lelich used Hado 88 to counter. In Kazumi's weakened state, the explosions countered each other and Kazumi began to slump as her vision clouded. Damn, if I reduce the bypass level now, I won't be able to continue fighting, but I'm wasting too much energy. Damn it. I miscalculated heavily. I never thought he'd get here so soon. Lelich stored up his Hadron Cannon blast and fired it. Kazumi put up her shield, but her Ryutsu was dwindling rapidly and Lelich was still going strong after some Kaido from his mother and his blast tore into Kazumi's body, damaging her skin, and her high-speed regeneration took some time getting to work as it festered over her skin. You're running low on fuel and now, with this, I end it. Lelich prepared another strike. Hadron Cannon. He smacked his wrists together. Fire. The blast ripped towards Kazumi and she knew that she would be significantly injured if it hit. It was coming in way too fast for her to get out of the way in time, but suddenly, in the blink of an eye, someone materialized to take the blow for her, back facing the attack, front facing Kazumi. A noble move, and it was only taken because the person couldn't reach Kazumi in time to shove her out of the way. Kazumi gaped as her mind registered the person who had rescued all people to make such a selfless move. She expected Tsukishima, even Naira would have been understandable, but her savior was neither of them. It was Talbumasuk. He stood before her with his back singed and bleeding and he staggered forward towards Kazumi. It was extremely uncharacteristic unless he was doing the same thing to protect Mia, and it confused Kazumi. Why? She stammered. Talbumasuk collapsed against her, head inadvertently into her chest. What kind of father would I be, he hacked up an ounce of blood onto her bosom that dribbled down her outfit, if I didn't protect my only daughter? He collapsed further and hit the ground, unconscious. What are you saying? Kazumi was even more confused now. Hey, answer me. She stomped her foot and yelled at him. Hey, come on. You can't just say weird things like that randomly. What did you mean? The situation was just as odd to Lelich and he studied it to better understand what was going on. However, in the next minute, Aizen appeared behind Talbumasuk and Kazumi, and from the looks of things, he had seen better days. We should, he panted, retreat for now. My apprentice's wounds can heal on the way. But. Kazumi was a bit shaken up by Talbumasuk's earlier declaration. You're not going anywhere. Ichigo came screaming towards Aizen, but with the best deftness of his power, Aizen grabbed Kazumi and Talbumasuk and dodged the man's assault. Sorry, wish I could stay, Ichigo, Lelich. Aizen nodded to both his enemies, but our finale will not be here. You're not getting away. Lelich fired his Hadron Cannon at Aizen, but it was suddenly deflected away. Leave Papa alone. Naira had shown up and protected Aizen. Good girl Naira, Aizen said and looked forward to open a portal. I bid thee farewell, Lelich, Ichigo. Aizen stepped forward. Coward. Stand and fight. Ichigo shouted and attempted to charge, but Lelich stopped him telekinetically. Stop. Naira still has plenty of her strength. You're worn down from fighting Aizen. You're in no condition to go charging forward like that. Besides, Lelouch glanced at the wounded Anohana and Rita, we have bigger issues at the moment. You two have the most amazing chemistry together, Aizen smirked. I never thought that in the search for the ultimate rival I was actually looking for two people. Get lost already, Lelouch scowled, I'm not letting you run so you can rub it in and monologue to us. Aizen smirked and then left through the portal for the artificial dimension with Kazumi, Talbumasuk, and Naira in tow. Ichigo and Lelouch quickly checked on Anohana and Rita's condition. The former was conscious and bleeding profusely, the latter was even more brutalized and also unconscious. She's not dead, is she? Ichigo asked. No, she's alive, Anohana said as Rita lay on her back with Anohana's hands alongside the woman's cheeks, but she's very critical. Her heartbeat is less than 10 beats per minute. I can't hold much longer myself, and if she doesn't stabilize soon she won't make it. It's unbelievable how professional she's acting right now. Rita is like a mother to Anohana and she's not even crying, she's doing everything she can to save her life without the least bit of emotion. I certainly have a lot to learn, Ichigo thought to himself. Kurosaka-san, please go and get Orium. She's the only one who can save Rita now. But wait, I thought we were keeping Inu off the battlefield because she's pregnant. That was to keep her from fighting. Healing is another story. She doesn't have to do much, only restore some of Rita's wounds. She can be properly healed in the Soul Society later, but for her to survive we need Orium. Ichigo knew he owed Rita a great deal for saving his life, but to risk his child. He shook his head mentally. No, Orium wouldn't let him abandon Rita like this without at least trying. He had to trust in her and his comrades to know that his unborn son or daughter was not at risk. Still, he had to make his own feelings known. I really hope we're not trading one life for another. Ichigo, if I were in your position I'd know exactly how you feel, but trust me when I say that we need Rita alive. At least ask her. If she's not up to it, there's always Kairanji, but Orium is our best bet. Lelouch stabbed the air and opened a Senkaimon. Quickly, there's not much time. Ichigo nodded and ran through the Senkaimon to get his wife. How did she lose? Lelouch asked. I thought Rita could handle any of the Togabito. We'll have to ask her that when she awakens, Anohana said looking down at the warden. I thought so too. East of the United States of Japan. Hannibal retreated from Mia as she panted. With Mia in her Segunda Etapa's powered-up form she'd had the advantage almost all battle and Hannibal was bleeding more than she was. Oh my, Tia, you don't look so good. Maybe I should give you a break. Hannibal could only pant. She couldn't regulate her breathing enough to speak. Talbumasuk-sama and Aizen-sama seemed to have retreated. A portal appeared behind Mia. It seems best that I do the same. But bye for now. She blew a kiss to Hannibal and disappeared backwards into the portal. Westward of England. Orium was very understanding when Ichigo told her briefly what had happened. She was willing to risk it since she believed she owed Rita a debt for saving the life of the man she loved. Ichigo warned her of the risks, but Orium told him that she knew this was the right thing to do. Soten Kishun didn't use much of her Ryutsu at all, just her concentrated willpower. Ichigo's mind was put a little bit at rest. Once enveloped in her healing light, Anohana and Rita were slowly brought back to full health, but Ryutsu was another story. Rita stabilized and was able to open her eyes. She sat up promptly and sat in a cross-legged style while holding her foot with one hand. She shook her head violently back and forth. And that's when Anohana gave Rita a big hug. Rita. Anohana clung to the woman like a child would to their mother if they were scared. Rita stroked Anohana's head a bit to indicate she was fine and Anohana smiled, but continued to hug her mother figure. Are you going to be okay? Lelouch asked Rita. I should be fine after a little while longer. The battle took a lot out of me, so I'll need to rest more to fully regain my power. She looked at Orium. You can stop now, the 4th Division can finish healing me later. You don't want to lose that baby, do you? Ah, no, Orium dispelled Soten Kishun. She sat down with her legs crossed. Thank you. A lot out of you? You nearly died. Ichigo exasperated as he and Lelouch sat down on the ground to be at everyone else's level. I was afraid that might happen, Rita said with a frown. Wait, you thought you might lose from the start? Lelich asked. Rita stood up and dusted off her boots, prompting Ichigo and Lelich to stand back up as well. Anohana and Orium also rose to their feet. The only reason Kazumi has never escaped hell is because in hell I have the Kusanada and my heralds to help me. But wait, you utterly destroyed Aizen without trying. How is Kazumi so powerful? What did I say about comparing those two to each other? Rita said, pointing her index finger, that's like comparing the destruction of the Flaja warhead to a nuke capable of wiping out an entire country. Kazumi is the undisputed number one for a reason. Rita looked at Anohana as she put her arm down. That's why I told you to be careful. But wait, I thought you were this all-powerful super being, Ichigo stated. Rita laughed a little. I'm just a first-generation Soul Reaper with years of experience to temper my abilities. I've been around as long as the initial members of the Royal Guard and Yamamoto Shigekuni. It's just that unlike them or the former Captain Commander, I didn't have anything of a political agenda to hold down my training regime. I don't understand, didn't you have a division to command? Lelich asked. Rita sat down on her staff and crossed her legs. She wrapped her arms around her knees and spoke informatively. My banishment was long before the Shino Academy was ever founded. As warden, besides just my one job, I had nothing to do but hone my skills and sleep. No parties to attend, no deadlines to meet. My job is my own and my deadlines are my own. The only problem is that when I became warden, my power was limited by the Soul King. Ever since I was sent as Warden of Hell, I had access to my Bankai's core form taken away. He can do that? Lelich asked, blinking. Why not? He controls the world, Rita answered. The special seal he placed upon me prevents me from accessing my Bankai's core form. Without it, I cannot defeat Kazumi at her full power, one-on-one. That is why I lost, though I had hoped Retsu would be strong enough to water her down to my level. It seems though that she simply wasn't enough. We were lucky Aizen has too much of a superiority complex to recruit her. If this fiasco had happened 20 years ago, it's likely this situation would be happening then instead of now. But at least then we had Mari and Yamamoto, Lelich stated. But we also didn't have Ichigo as strong as he is now, which is far more important as he's unaffected by Kyoka Suijutsu and can stand up to Aizen. Good point, Lelich agreed. So what do we do now? Ichigo asked, going down to Shikai form. Now? Rita asked, getting to her feet and twirling her staff so that the head faced towards the ground. Now we regroup and we prepare for the next assault. This isn't over. Once Kazumi and the others have recovered, they'll mount another attack and you can be sure they'll want to finish what they've started. Another attack? They're going to attack the Earth again. Rita shook her head. No. Soul Society. Southeast of New Pendragon. Yuffie and Suzaku were sitting down to take a breather when Yuffie put a hand to her ear. What is it? Another Togabito. Yes, I understand. Huh. Yuffie put her hand down. Lelich just contacted me. He said the worlds are to be separated again soon. So I assume then, Suzaku looked at the ground, that you'll be going back to the Soul Society, and I'll never see you again. He asked if you would come along. Huh. Lelich. He said now that you have full bring you can see spirits. You can come to the Soul Society and finish this fight with us. But what about Nunnally? Nunnally will be safe with us as well. Lelich said he'd work things out with Schneeisel. So it's not goodbye yet. But it will be, Suzaku said disheartened. Suzaku, Yuffie stepped towards him and looked him in the eye. It won't be goodbye forever. I'm a Soul Reaper now. That means I get sent to the world of the living from time to time. And Lelich is my captain. If I ask him, we can see each other. He can do that. Suzaku was amazed at the kind of pull Lelich seemed to have in this so-called Soul Society. He's been working very hard to set things right, Suzaku. I've seen it with my own eyes. Lelich is not the same person you separated with after Zero Requiem. And what about you? Have you changed? Suzaku asked. You tell me, Yuffie said, only to stand on her tiptoes and kiss Suzaku on the lips, surprising him. Her lips were soft and pure, like he had always imagined. Suzaku grabbed Yuffie's upper arms tightly and bent her over backwards, kissing her back, making her feel lightheaded. Yuffie wrapped her arms around his neck as she felt a momentary feeling of total bliss. Along the prime meridian, north of the equator, Lelouch was met up, as he and the others approached Rita's apparatus, by Wywak, Cornelia, and Neliel. Lelouch, not knowing whose concern or comments to hear first, just decided to go down the line from left to right. So, in order, Cornelia, Wywak, Neliel. Lelouch, I've heard that the war is now over. What's to be done now with the living? I need you to round up the troops and get them on land. The world is going to be separated again, and when it does, the oceans will return. Take Nunnally and prepare to take a trip to the Soul Society. She needs to be safe and you need to be in this fight. Understood. Cornelia backed away to get the space to use her full bring and took flight. She's got some nice riots, so, Ichigo noted. Tatsuki taught her well. Yeah, Tatsuki-chan's an excellent teacher, isn't she? Orium commented with a smile. Lelouch looked at Wywak to see what he was going to say. Will she attack the world again? The Quincy leader asked. Rita shook her head. I doubt it. That's not how she would act. Doing the same thing and expecting different outcomes is the very definition of insanity. She knows better. I'd wager she'd attack the Soul Society next. Then, Wywak looked at Lelouch. This is where we part ways. You're leaving. The Soul Society is not my concern. If Kazumi succeeds though, we could all be in grave danger, Rita pointed out, and if she succeeds there would be no way of stopping her. But you have a handle on the situation, yes? Wywak asked. The Quincy's are simply a first response unit, are they not? Innocent souls are not in danger. It is not a cause my people will agree with. But Rita continued to protest, but Lelouch put a hand up to stop her. I understand your position and your beliefs, Wywak. Your help here was more than enough, the Soul Society can take it from here. Wywak left. I can't believe you let him go. He stood on par with Talbumasuk. Rita, you need to read situations better, Lelouch said. Rita was unsure what he meant by that, but she had missed Talbumasuk's rescue of Kazumi, and Lelouch was already formulating speculations and possibilities in his mind that he intended to share later. He looked at Neliel. And what about you? We will fight, Neliel asked. How come? Ichigo asked. Hueco Mundo isn't in any danger. Neliel put a hand on her sword handle. Lamperouge Lelouch, Anohana Retsu, can you promise that Hueco Mundo's involvement in this battle will be represented truthfully throughout the Soul Society? Anohana nodded. Your alliance will not go unmentioned if you continue to fight at our side. I see what it is you are attempting to do. Then we will fight. I aim to prove that the Arrancar are not all mindless beasts, that our intelligence can make us your allies as much as it can your enemies. Hopefully one day the Quincy's will see that. As I said before, do not concern yourself with our war. The Soul Society will only be harmed in taking part. Neliel then left with Sonido to inform the rest of her troops. Once at Rita's apparatus, Lloyd and Rax Hata were informed of the situation, and Rita opened a portal to send them to their proper places. Rax Hata explained how and why she was around. Give me a call if you ever need some assistance again, this was absolutely fabulous. Lloyd exclaimed. Lloyd, if we need you again for something like this we'd have to go to the cemetery to dig up your grave, Lelouch joked. Rita, I hope you don't mind, but Lloyd copied some data to a thumb drive that he wants to use to improve technology. Lloyd made a whine as Rax Hata sold him out, wondering if he was about to find more than 206 bones in his body due to some of them being broken, but Rita didn't seem mad at all. She only gave a warning. Don't go messing with things you can't control, Lloyd Asplund. She put a finger near her eyeball. I'll be watching you. Now I won't be unleashing any hellspawn. You have nothing to worry about. If I had a gun for every time I heard that one, Rita folded her arms with a smirk. Anyway, Lelouch said, trying to wrap things up, don't you think it's time we reset things? Yes, Rita nodded. Lloyd, Rax Hata, she nodded in farewell to them both as they left. She then rubbed her hands together with glee. All right, let's fix this. She went to hit the button to separate the worlds only to note that there were still people where water would be. She glanced back at the others. Can I drown 50 people? No. They all shouted in unison. Rita just laughed. Canadian Britannia. As Ikeku, Shisato, and Orin made it to the northern coast of the nation, Shisato gave Ikeku another hug. Ikeku put his arms around her. I'm going to miss you. Please do your best to get reincarnated. Hell isn't the place for you. I'll be fine, babe, Ikeku told Shisato, just take care of my kid, okay? So keep doing what I've been doing, then. Ikeku just smirked. So, Yomishika's been filling in for me? Does Kiyuki know? I plan on telling him when I take over my house. I understand. Reputation and the like. I'm sorry I'm not there to be a good dad. He would like you if you met him. He was supposed to enter the academy with the Kukaki twins. If I had known I would be seeing you, I would have handed him a weapon and brought him along. He's very strong, just like you. And I'll bet he's smart, just like you. There was a rumble in the ground. Ikeku, best to let her go. You'll take her with you otherwise. Right, Ikeku backed away and stood by Orin. He put his Zanpakuto along his shoulder and smiled that usual cocky smile of his. You take care, Shisato. Goodbye, Ikeku, Shisato said and watched with a smile as he and Orin vanished. 4th Division. Soul Society. The worlds had finally been separated and Soul Reapers were invisible to those without spiritual power once again. Blue and black skies depending on location due to the time of day or night clearer than they'd ever been worldwide lit up the blue planet of the solar system. Starry night skies, bright sunny days, romantic colorful sunsets and warm serene sunrises were visible all throughout Earth. Life went on and the impact of the survival of the apocalypse was heavy. It would take a long time for a body count to be accumulated, even longer for reparations of civilization. For a global population of more than 3.4 billion people, the human race had been halved by the fighting. And it would continue to shrink due to damages in the economy and industries until population levels were under 1 million. But then it would grow. The world would come together and it would survive. In his attempt to bring peace to the world by saving it and uniting it under one banner, it was a world-shattering impact that ultimately would make the entire planet and the entire human race come together. This perceived apocalypse would succeed in giving the entire race a reason to hold hands and mourn. It was exactly the type of reaction Lelich expected. Furthermore, Nunnally, with her spiritual sight, had been brought to the Soul Society for what would be perceived as political reasons. Lelich intended to turn Nunnally into a messiah, a pillar of strength the rest of the world could look up to, a gateway and angel between life and death. In such a crisis, someone amongst the nations needed to be a person the others could throw their hopes and dreams towards, and Lelich could think of no one better suited than Nunnally. She was not along, of course. She had Schnee-Isel, Cornelia and Suzaku at her side every waking minute of every day. And she also had secure political connections with Kaguya, a leader of the Japanese Nunnally's age that was wise beyond her years. With this in play, Lelich had truly crafted world peace. There would be heretics who would take advantage of the confusion, crime would run rampant and progress would take a blow. There would be religious heretics who would use this to further their own ends. There would be non-believers who would write crackpot conspiracy theories, but in the long run it would matter not. The earth would recover, its people would recover, and the human race would be stronger for it. Lelich was just upset that it took such a crisis to bring the populace together. There was one thing he had to discuss though. After seeing Susanna and Shirley and confirming their survival, he trailed to 4th Division to where Rita was currently resting. He had to talk to her about what he saw. Maybe she knew something. He sat down next to her and waited for her to pay him attention as she put down the book she was reading. So tell me what you meant about reading situations. Rita asked, closing the book shut over the bookmark. Talbumasuk defended Kazumi from my core form. Rita seemed deep in thought for a moment and sat up straighter. She turned her body towards Lelich and looked him dead in the eye. Lelich, what exactly are you speculating? Perhaps I can confirm your suspicions and perhaps Talbumasuk's as well. Very well, Lelich nodded, here's how I envision things playing out. Artificial dimension. Having returned to their abode and recovered somewhat from a nice nap, Kazumi made it her top priority to speak with Talbumasuk privately. He was in his quarters resting. He'd been wounded rather heavily by Lelich's attack. Kazumi had to know why. She slammed the door behind her as she entered his room. He was alone, so that was good. She had hoped she wouldn't have had to have told Mia to leave them in peace. Talbumasuk had managed to recover his injuries with assistance from the little gremlins Kazumi had running about the dimensions. Right now he was sleeping it off until Kazumi slammed the door to his bedroom. Talbumasuk sat up and rubbed the sleep from his eyes as he saw Kazumi launching daggers at him with anger. He knew it was only a matter of time before she confronted him. He wasn't trying to avoid it, but he needed his rest. He held up a finger to signal her to give him time to be fully awake as he reached over to his night table as a glass of water materialized in response to his will. He drank it and sat on the edge of the bed. He nodded to her, indicating she could speak now. "What did you mean by what you said earlier?" Kazumi snapped. Talbumasuk lifted up his hand and gestured with a downward motion indicating he wanted Kazumi to drop to his level. She sat down in a chair within the room in front of. "Exactly what I said." He spoke to her with the utmost serious clarity. "I'd been pondering it for a while, but I'm certain of it now." "Kazumi," Talbumasuk took a deep breath, "I am your father." What? Kazumi looked at Talbumasuk blankly and then shook her head rapidly, but briefly. "And no, that's not possible. Talbumasuk cut her off by holding up his hand, indicating he was going to explain. "Before we left from Hell, when Aizen was going through the database to corrupt it, none of you saw me casually click Jiken Kami of its sheath and check the database for myself before stepping back in line like nothing happened. I found two interesting details that support my theory. 1. You don't know how long you've lived in Hell, and like I am searching for the daughter I lost, you are searching for the parents you never knew. I suppose Riten never put 2 and 2 together, but for me it's the only thing that makes sense. The Ryotsu that flows through you is like a Soul Reaper's, but also like a Hollow's. It's the type of fusion that could result in a few different ways, given that you are not a Vizard or an Arrancar. You exude 3 parts Soul Reaper for every 1 part Hollow, too much of the former to be a Vizard, and you are clearly not an Arrancar, a distinction too difficult for my sensei to note, so he may not have caught on yet. One of the ways this type of fusion can come about is the breeding of a Soul Reaper and a Hollow and Soul Reaper hybrid. And how exactly do you know that's my origin?" Kazumi asked. Talbumasuk reached out towards Kazumi, causing her to shift back a bit, but halted when she noticed Talbumasuk's hand going for the tip of her hair and how he gently rubbed the violet-gray tips between his fingers as his eyes examined her dark brown hair. "You did such a fine job dyeing your hair. Most would think you only did the tips, but the tips here are your natural hair color." He glanced at her eyes. "Aren't they, Kazumi?" How did you know that?" Kazumi blinked. "Because your mother has hair like this, but of a much darker shade," Talbumasuk told her. Kazumi gasped slightly. She only knew one sinner that had come around at the same time as Talbumasuk, Mia Aruruuri. She swallowed, "Is it really true?" Talbumasuk let go of her hair and stood up. "It's true. And how you came to be I can explain quite easily." Talbumasuk's expression turned solemn as he recalled what happened. "Mia was pregnant when she and I died. I found her not soon after I made my arrival in Hell. Mia and I stayed together while we were in Hell. Circumstances separated us many times, but I fought to be at her side, and eventually we learned of her to be carrying a child. I clocked the date back to before the big battle with the Soul Society, which is how I knew she kept the child after death. How, I'm not sure, but she did. I defended her at all costs as the weeks went by until the time that I could witness your birth. During her final trimester, I gave everything I could to protect her, for she had not the strength to defend herself most of the time. Since I had no frame of time reference, I was not prepared for when Mia went into labor right out in the open. I figured that I could protect her if anything came our way." He shook his head slowly side to side in despair. "I didn't count on the Kushana at all. When you were born I barely had the time to soak in the joy of holding you in my arms before your cries of birth allowed the Kushana to find us. Your mother, still weak, was taken by the Kushana and we were separated yet again. Alone with you in my arms, your voice so loud for a body so small, I ran with you, trying to get to safety, but I was eventually surrounded. I knew it would be impossible for me to fend off all the Kushana by myself. One perhaps, but a whole group even is impossible to overcome. Reality hit me with its fearsome force to the back of the skull, and I realized that I couldn't keep you. Hell was no place for an innocent child. You deserved a life befitting of a normal girl, as normal as you could be, being the daughter of your mother and me. And so, I did the only thing I could think to do. I combined my temporal powers with my spatial ones in Bankai and activated Caesar to try and teleport you to another time and place where you could be happy. Whatever family found you, I knew it would be better than here. I hugged you goodbye and set you down on the ground, only to be blindsided by the Kushana as I was crushed into the ground, and another one smashed the portal I created with its massive fist, which distorted my intentions given my stress. Talbumasuk looked down at the ground in shame. Instead of teleporting you to another time and place, all I did, seeing was send you far away back in time. It must have been so hard for you just growing up where you did. I didn't get a chance to read the details, no time. I know you feel you've suffered, and I understand what it's like to suffer, but the scars on your soul must be much greater than any Togabito, I suspect. Kazumi, Talbumasuk looked up to look Kazumi in the eye, his face apologetic. I'm sorry. You've certainly been through so much, and I wasn't there to protect you. If you want to think I abandoned you, I didn't. I never meant for what happened to you to happen. I wanted to be your father, to raise you as my own. You were a sign that I was changing, that I could make up for my mistakes and my transgressions. That moment of holding you in my arms, protecting you, a tired smile crossed Talbumasuk's face. I felt like an actual hero instead of a sinner. You were born innocent, I'm sorry. Rita's words reverberated in Kazumi's head. Now they rang with a new meaning of truth. No one besides the two women should know that Kazumi was born an innocent, but forced into sin. No one perhaps, except perhaps the only people who would know how exactly that came to be. Talbumasuk could be making this up, true, and she suspected he looked at her profile in secret to avoid tipping her off, but the emotions she could see in his face, she'd never seen such emotion in anyone's face. Well, okay, Rita had shown her such solemn eyes and tired smiles before, but Kazumi could never forgive her for not acting in her best interest. If what Talbumasuk was saying was true, he had acted in her best interest, and he had never meant for any of what had happened to her to happen. He loved Mia, Kazumi knew that undoubtedly. He was capable of such an emotion with no strings attached. She continued to stare into his red, sympathetic eyes as a tense silence permeated through the air. Kazumi, however, had to be sure before his defenses disintegrated. How can you be sure? How can you be 100% sure that you're not making a mistake? Talbumasuk pondered for a moment on this before coming up with a possible solution. He snapped his fingers when he came up with it. The Lotus system can scan your memories, right? It can. Try going to your earliest memory. Even if it's merely fragments. Try and remember. Talbumasuk walked towards Kazumi and stood within her personal space. She backed away skittishly. Kazumi, if you can trust me, for just a moment, we can ascertain the truth. I know it might be a lot to ask, but can you take the risk to put your faith in me? Kazumi shuddered and steeled herself still. Very well. She was incredibly uncertain of this. She had no idea what might happen while she delved her mind into the Lotus system to relieve her memories. Talbumasuk walked forward and put his hands on Kazumi's shoulders, raising a level of discomfort within her, but she suppressed it. Talbumasuk gently rested his forehead against the top of her skull. Try and remember, think back to your origins. Try and remember the beginning of your life. Using the Lotus system, Kazumi dug for her infantile memories. She was able to locate a file and she opened it. Everything was blurry, but she heard her own voice as a baby, screaming at the top of her lungs. She opened her eyes for the first time to see a white uniform, felt the warmth of someone holding her in their arms. Kazumi then saw the shaking vision of being put down on the ground inside a swirling violet portal. She'd had a dream like this of this dark purple portal before, as she disappeared into the void of the portal with a hand reaching towards her and a voice calling for her, but not by name. The file ended and Kazumi's eyes shot open, and now as she stood in place she felt a sensation she hadn't before. From being in such close proximity to him, she could feel traces of Talbumasuk's Ryotsu, traces that were very similar in composition to her own. There was no denying it now. The man standing in front of her was, without a doubt, her father. Kazumi found herself choking silently for a moment before a tear rolled down her cheek. She then reached her arms around Talbumasuk's back and hugged him. Her emotional barriers disintegrated and she began to cry as she held on to her father. "I found you," she sobbed. "How will I know if I ever meet my parents? It's hard to say, but when you do, you will know, and so will they if they treasure you. A good parent will always be able to identify their offspring no matter how much they've changed." It was a short conversation Kazumi had talked with Codex about. After her rape she thought it rubbish, but right now, she absolutely knew that Talbumasuk wasn't lying. He was her father. She had found her parents and much to her joy they hadn't abandoned her, they'd been desperately looking for her as well as desperately as she'd been looking for them. "Daddy," Kazumi sobbed as her head nestled against Talbumasuk's chest. "All my life I've been so alone, but now I have the family that I thought I'd never find, the family I've searched for over so many years, the family I thought didn't care, the family I had given up on, the family I always wanted. Daddy." She thought of Mia. "Mommy." Kazumi continued to cry. All the tears she'd never been able to shed, all the sorrow Kazumi had never allowed herself to feel, and all of the joy she'd never thought she'd be able to feel was finally coming full circle. Kazumi no longer felt like a sinner. She no longer felt like a villain, a hollow, a soul reaper, or anything like that. She felt human and incredibly vulnerable. Vulnerability didn't matter in the moment though, she was safe. She was secure. Her father was here. All the pain and all the suffering would soon go away. She had people she could rely on, people she could trust. What are parents? Parents are the people who give birth to you, who shape your life. It is their job to protect you, to nurture you and to love and take care of you. But, I don't have anyone like that. You do, you just haven't found them. They're out there somewhere in this miserable world. And when you find them, you will have people you can rely on. They loved each other enough that you were born. No matter what, they will not betray you." Talbumasuk put his arms around his not-so-little girl and could only stand with his eyes shut in content about how comforting a feeling it was to hold her in his arms. He hadn't held her since she was a baby. He felt awful, like he should cry along with her, but right now his daughter needed him to be strong. All this time, all her life, Kazumi had been crying on the inside and never been allowed to let it out. Talbumasuk could let his troubles consume him later. He had only been searching for his daughter for only 20 years or so. She'd been looking for more than 100 times that. He hadn't even lived for that long. He didn't know the trauma she'd been through, or the pain she'd endured, but that didn't matter to him. She was his daughter and he would stand by her and be the loving parent he'd always desired to be. "You can cry here." "Huh. Kazumi, there are 2 places in hell you can cry. Here in my abode. Or in the arms of your parents when you eventually find them." Talbumasuk stroked Kazumi's hair as her crying continued to increase in volume and hysterics. "Shhhhhhh, he soothed, shhhhhh. "It's going to be all right, Kazumi, don't you worry anymore. I'm here, your mother is here. We will stand by you. You won't have to be alone anymore." Kazumi could only continue to cry into her father's chest. She couldn't do or think about anything else other than the fact that she had found her family. She cried herself dry. If her eyes weren't black from absorbing Zankuro, they'd be as red as they were puffy. Kazumi stayed in her father's arms. She didn't want to leave, not yet. She wanted to savor the moment and savor the feeling of a feeling she hadn't felt in quite a long time, happiness. End of chapter 195. Check the description for the links to the author.